Welcome to 2022 13th Jeju International Youth Forum. We will start the day by learning K-pop dance.
2022년 제13회 제주 국제 청소년 포럼에 오신 여러분을 환영합니다. 시작에 앞서 K-팝 춤을 배우는 시간을 가지겠습니다.
Now, we will have K-pop dance team 12 teaching us some K-pop moves. Please welcome them with a round of applause.
지금부터는 K-팝 댄스 팀 12가 K-팝을 가르쳐 주실 예정입니다. 큰 박수로 맞이해 주세요.
네, 안녕하세요. 네, 지금 K-팝 안무를 포인트 안무만 짧게 배워보는 시간을 가질 거고요. 네. 노래는 블랙핑크의 핑크 베놈 배워보겠습니다. 안무 배워보기 전에 저희 오늘 배울 안무 짧게 먼저 보여드리도록 할게요.
지금 화려해 It makes no sense You couldn't get a dollar out of me 자 오늘 밤이야 난 독을 품은 꽃네 혼을 뺏은 다음 Look what you made us do 천천히 널 잠재울 fire 잔인할 만큼 아름다워 I bring the pain like This that crank venom This that crank venom This that crank venom Get 'em, get 'em, get 'em Straight till you don't like Whoa, whoa, whoa Straight till you don't like Taste that pink venom Taste that pink venom Taste that pink venom Get 'em, get 'em, get 'em Straight till you don't like Whoa, whoa, whoa Straight till you don't like 원한다면 provoke us 감당 못해 and you know this 이미 퍼져버린 shot that potion 네 눈앞은 빅빛 ocean Come and give me all the smoke 던지면 more like I'm so rock and roll Come and give me all the smoke 다 줄 수 없어 just stop drop I bring the pain like Ra-ta-ta-ta 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 Straight till you don't like Ra-ta-ta-ta 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 I bring the pain like
그럼 이 노래의 포인트 안무 저희 같이 짧게 배워볼 테니까 같이 따라해 주세요.
We're going to learn the pink venom some parts, so please practice along.
페인라 이후에 딱 후렴구 안무부터 들어갈게요. 네, 여기서 이렇게 손을 겹쳐서 오른손 위에 뒤집고
Put your hands like this and flip it.
랑 발이 같이 나갈 거예요. 하나, 둘.
You can nose your head like this and follow your legs too.
그냥 이렇게 만들어서 원, 투, 쓰리, 포, 파이, 식 손이 올라오시는데 골반이 같이 바깥으로 두 번.
Hold your fingers like this. Put your hands like this and flip it. Don't forget your pelvic moves left and right side like this. And sit down. Hold your finger like this, left. Rearrange your legs. After pointing in front of you and sit down like this, stretch your right legs in front of you and sit down. And step your right foot 3 times. Stretch your arms. Pointing in front of you. Sit down and step 3 times. Little bit speedy. Everyone, please follow us. In your room, please stand up. You can do it. The only opportunity to become a fifth members of Blackpink. Go ahead, girls and boys. You can do it.
Everyone stand up. Everyone follow, yeah. Everyone follow. Cindy, stand up. Selena, stand up. Hao Chang, stand up. Jang Lujie, stand up.
Everyone stand up, please. Be a fifth members of Blackpink. Go ahead.
Everyone follow her. I Cheng Guan, follow us.
Stand up, please.
I bring the pain like
We'll dance a little faster. Everyone, please, we're all watching together. Please stand up and show your moves.
잔인할 만큼 아름다워. I bring the pain like this that pink venom, this that pink venom, this that pink venom. Get 'em, get 'em, get 'em. Straight.
Let's move on to next performance. Bend your knees. Make a gun with your fingers and point to your chin and point to your head. Don't forget your knees and change your knees pointing your head.
얘네 스크립이 그렇게 길지가 않아. 패널 디스커션.
Move your left and right side 3 times and then move back your legs behind you. Chin, head, make your fingers like gun. Can you do this? Can you follow this? The other arms have to hold the one in front of you. If you can't, you can just make the gun like in front of your hands. Bend your knees and change it. And then you have to sit down. Sit down. Let's go speedy. Really rapidly. Everyone was shocked. I can see your face in the Zoom. Make your hand like triangle and don't forget to step left and right side, following your arms.
Everyone try to follow our dance leader. Everyone try to follow the dance leader.
Let's start with the pointing to your chin. Make your gun. Wipe your neck. Make a triangle. Please turn on your camera, please, everyone. Be the 5th member of Blackpink. The only opportunity. Now or never. Let's start with the first. Fold your hands. Is that pink venom? Is that pink venom? Is that pink venom? Get him, get him, get him. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ah, ah, ah. Don't be shy, turn on the camera. Hold your hand, point it, stretch, step, step.
Straight till you don't like. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Straight till you don't like. Taste that pink venom. Taste that pink venom.
Let's do one more. Hold your hand and stretch it. Point it, step, step, step.
Straight till you don't like.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Straight till you don't like. Taste that pink venom.
Straight
Taste that
down.
pink venom. Taste that pink. Taste that pink venom. Taste that pink venom. Taste that
Point it, step, step, step.
Straight till you don't like.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Straight till you don't
Wipe your
like.
neck.
Taste that pink venom.
It's really hard. Let's do one more. Go, everyone. Hold your hand, stretch it, point, step, step, step. Make a gun. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Straight till you don't like. Taste.
Let's go with the slow version. Hold your hand and point it, point it. Chin, head. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Pick your gun. Wipe your neck.
Taste that pink venom. Taste that pink venom. Taste that pink venom. Get him, get him, get him. Straight so you don't like. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Straight so you don't like. Black pen and ink.
We only have 2 times. Go, everyone. Now or never. Be the 5th member of Blackpink. Hold your hand, stretch it, point it, step, step, step. Make a gun. Head. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Straight till you don't like. Taste that pink venom. Taste that pink venom. Taste that.
Last time. Jenny, Rose, Lisa, Jisoo, and you. Okay, thank you very much.
잠깐만. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are Kim Do-yeon and Cha Ji-hoo, the host of this presentation.
안녕하세요, 여러분. 저희는 진행을 맡게 된 김도연, 차지후입니다.
Nine panels are joining the panel discussion, and panels 1, 3, 5 are going to present from 1:30 to 2:05. Everyone, please have a seat, and panelists, please finish preparing the presentation.
패널 토론 결과 발표는 총 9조로 이루어졌습니다. 패널 1, 패널 3, 패널 5는 1시 30분부터 2시 5분까지 토론 결과 발표가 있겠습니다. 모든 참가자는 각자의 자리에 참석해 주시고 발표 준비를 해주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Panel 1 is going to present the occupation, technology, education method, and current progress of each country, and the direction and method of development. There might be a lot of tension as it is the first team to present, but I hope you could collect your thoughts and show your ideas in a slow and clear manner. Now, let's begin the presentation.
패널 1의 발표는 각 나라의 직업, 기술, 교육 방식과 현재 진행 상황, 그리고 방향과 방법입니다. 첫 번째로 발표하는 만큼 많이 긴장될 수밖에 없는데요. 마음을 가다듬고 준비한 것을 차근차근 보여주시길 바랍니다. 그럼 시작하겠습니다.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We are panel 1, and our topic was about action plan for providing effective education to become globally competitive. So first, we're going to talk about how our different countries show career and technical education, and then what us youth want for our education, and our thoughts on how to improve these kind of policies.
Hello everyone, I'm Yuzhang Liu from Jiangsu province in China. Today I'd like to talk about my own country's career and technology programs. Now let's talk about the career and the technology programs in my country from different ages. In the high school, I'm a high school student in Kunshan High School of Jiangsu province. In my high school, there are some courses like communication skills, which can teach us how to communicate with others in school or in the companies when we are going to work, and also some job preparation courses which can help us be more adapted to the courses. When students enter into the colleges, there are still very many programs like the Creativity Enlightenment. This can let the students to be self-employed, and the governments are very encouraged for this action because of the large population in my country. Also, some colleges are required all the students to take some internships in their summer and winter vacations. When people enter into the job market, all the companies will provide them with different kinds of training skills, and the government will provide some compensation for people who cannot work and who are finding a job eagerly. That's all what I want to say about the technology and the career programs in my country. Thanks for listening. Bye bye.
Okay, so next, Yoko from Japan is going to talk about her policies in her country.
Today, Japanese junior high schools offer work experience programs that allow students to experience for a few days the kind of work they are interested in. However, students are often unable to obtain sufficient information prior to the program, or they do not know what kind of work experience they should have. Currently, it is difficult for 13 to 40 years old to determine their vision for the future. As a result, many students end up experiencing occupations they are not interested in, and there is little to gain after the program. In addition, there are many small companies that, despite their high technology capabilities, are forced with a declining workforce and succession problems. To address these issues, I propose that work experience programs be provided in junior high schools but also in high schools to encourage career awareness. For example, schools can introduce SMEs online so that students can learn about occupations that they are unfamiliar with and the wonders of high technology. Businesses can prevent a decline in their workforce. Many students in Japan are currently studying without knowing what they will do in the future, but an internship experience in high school will help them to determine their future dreams and keep them motivated in their studies.
Okay, next I'm going to talk about our country, so South Korea's policies on technical and career education. So South Korea's career and technical education is done in schools and academies. There are high schools that have been built for special purposes, like the foreign language high school or like a science high school that specializes in language and science respectively. Students participating in these types of schools follow through courses related to their interests. Through this policy, students can be provided with technical education, as there will be courses from practical English to psychology and things like biology in each school. They can also attend courses they want via electives. These electives include subjects like society, culture, world history, and etc. Moreover, external instructors visit schools every few months during creative experience activities classes to provide everyone with information about colleges or choices of careers. Academies in Korea, like a cooking or an art academy, help people learn about their respective jobs and provide many opportunities for students and adults alike to receive proper job training. So these are the policies regarding career and technical education in our country. And next, Mongolia will talk about their policies.
Hello. In Mongolia, there's nothing more than simple career choice training for high school students in working environment. As a result, regardless of their ability, students choose the most popular and general profession around them, and Mongolia has also technical education training, but it is including those simple things that what is technical education, and it is also 2 or 3 hours. And there are many low-quality universities in Mongolia, which is no guarantee that you will get a job after graduation. So it is good idea close some universities, and my idea is to combine successful career and technical education should be first be included as a special subject in high school, just like
Sorry for the interruption, but we will continue with introducing our policies. Next up is Taipei, and she will introduce the policies in that country.
In Taiwan, senior high school are separated into two types, test-oriented one and the vocational high school. And in vocational high school, they have career and technical education, which students can choose, but they can only learn one specific skill that they choose. And lessons in vocational schools include the first one, the students there learn to cooperate with corporations that they can be familiar with their future work after they graduate, kind of like they work while learning. And the second one is, instead of academic classes, vocational high school students predominantly have technical and vocational education about the specific skill that they choose. And the last one is some vocational high school allows students to spend their first year in senior high school to explore what they want as widely as possible. Then in the second grade, students can opt for two options, test-oriented or career technical education.
All right, next up we have Shana from the United States, and she will talk about her country's policies.
The Department of Education in the United States promotes career technical-based education towards their students with a variety of programs. In Waipahu High School, students enter a specific career-based academy that are nationally accredited, ranging from professional and public services, health, technology, and natural resources. Through these academies, high school students throughout all grade levels have a better understanding of their career interests. The Department of Education in order to maintain career-based learning in our education, students are required to participate in a project, whether through design thinking, skill practices, or internship opportunities with work-based learning. From our program, students graduate with work certifications that are already required in the workforce, better outlooks for their career choices, and guaranteed jobs once they graduate from high school or college. But students are not just limited to their academy in order to explore their career choices. They can also take class electives that are outside of their main interests in order to branch out their exploration in careers.
Next up, we're going to talk about how we can improve career and technical education. Xie Tianri is going to talk about the significance of vocational education development.
Part of education, and what is needed to is make more cooperation between the government and technical schools to produce effective results. With the increasing demands of the world for modern technology and modern technology, then technical education becomes more and more important. Under the press of high-tech development in this world, and more cutting-edge technology on the international talents are needed. But at present, there is lack of innovation talents. And in the practical application of science and technology, the advent of a big data and more high-tech products change every process of people's life and the way they think about better life and future direction has become the driving force to bring scientific and the technological talents to the society. So vocational education is actually education in the foundation of the above conditions. Only by doing well in technical and vocational education can the world achieve a higher level of development. Thank you.
All right. So next, Jiwon Bang from Korea will talk about introduce what students have to do for their future jobs.
In Korea, students are educated only for the purpose of going to university. So students sometimes study subjects that are not suitable for their aptitude. And there are many students who have hopes for the future job. Therefore, I think it is necessary to give a chance to learn students about various kinds of job and make sure that they know what to study and prepare for the future.
Next, we have Yoshito Nakao from Japan, who will talk about providing students with job explanations and experience.
I think it is necessary to provide students job explanations and experience programs in order to improve career education. And this is because most high school students don't know what kind of jobs are available and what they want to do. We need some support for this program. First, schools should give their students opportunities to learn about occupations regularly. In Japan, many people think that career education is less important than studying. So we have few opportunities to think about our future at school. And second, local businesses should participate in this program. Now please look at this graph. The blue line is the number of little companies. The orange line is the number of middle companies. The red line is the number of large companies. This graph shows that the number of companies are decreasing. But if local businesses explain to students about their jobs, the number of people who are interested in local businesses will increase.
Oh, sorry, I'll do that. Okay. I think collaboration with university is necessary. Why? One of the biggest problems of Korea is that students' main goal is to enter a high prestige university called by SKY, such as Seoul National University and Korea University and Yonsei University. So students focus on not their career and future dream jobs, but they're great for entering a university. So if high schools encourage experience to collaborate with university, the student can make their ideas more detailed. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
We are panel
one.
Hi.
Goodbye.
Thank you for listening to our presentation. We're sorry for the inconvenience we caused.
It was incredible. Please give a big hand to panel 1. And let's move on to the next team, which is panel 3.
아주 잘했습니다. 패널을 위한 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 이제 다음 팀인 패널 3의 발표를 보도록 하겠습니다.
Their presentation is about stereotypes in various circumstances, related laws and solutions. Please go ahead.
패널 3의 발표는 학교, 집, 직장 등에서 발생하는 성차별 문제를 제시하고 관련 법과 해결 방안을 제시했습니다. 시작해 주세요.
Hi, we are panel 3, and we discuss topic 2, action plan for achieving gender equality and empowering all socially underprivileged. In the video, we talk about inequality in various countries. We specified them in the categories of stereotypes, at the workplace, at home, at school, laws, and some solutions. Please enjoy.
As a kid, I was told that a proper woman should not be around boys often, and the games my neighbors played weren't suitable for girls. So I was never able to play with my neighbors or have a lot of guy friends when I was really young. Hearing this at a young age affected my perspective on how girls should act. I believed that girls had to be proper and girly 24/7, and in that moment, it felt like my true personality was turned down and I had to fake a different persona because of this stupid stereotype.
Now I'd like to share my opinions and my stories. In the past China, most families prefer to have a boy instead of a girl because they saw that boys could pass on their pseudonyms. But now, I think with the development of society, this problem has been well solved. Even many children's pseudonyms are made up of their parents' pseudonyms. For example, I have a classmate who is named Tianjiao Li An. Yes, her pseudonym is Li An because her father's pseudonym is Li and her mother's pseudonym is An. I think this name is showed the respect. Her father is very respect her mother, and she's a very beautiful girl who had 8 years old brother. And I think it's an excellent way to solve the problem.
Despite the growing voice for equality, representation of women in government bodies, unfortunately, is lacking at best. For example, the 2020 legislative elections showed that just 19% of the Korean parliament were women, which was the highest it has ever been. Though the ratio of women in government is rising, re-election is another matter entirely. In short, women may start their political careers, but they will still have immense difficulty keeping or elevating their status. The same goes for other social minorities.
Throughout history, the knowledge of medicine and the human body have been patronized by men and have been used as evidence to perpetuate stereotypical gender roles and harmful myths like female intellectual inferiority. Despite there being a growing number of women in the medical field today, unfairness continues because women are often only encouraged to work as pharmacists, nurses, and technicians, but are not taken seriously or even discouraged from pursuing more specialized roles traditionally held by men. And conversely, but still unfairly, men are often looked down upon for pursuing the aforementioned roles, especially nursing, because it is viewed as not masculine enough.
The employment for different genders is not in a balance. Maybe the effects of stereotype or body strength cause the situation happening. And in workplaces, it's not too usual to see the treatment for men and women are the same. In some workplaces, women are protected well enough when men are not dominant in women. But in some other workplaces, men is taken more importantly than women. These are not what's to be omitted. I hope abilities should be the judgment of a person, not gender stereotype.
Not expected to take on more responsibilities within a company, women's chances of advancement in the career ladder are often negatively impacted. To make it even for both genders, extending the length of paternity leave for men can be of great help. The act can bridge the gap between the two genders in workforce, and also enable men to spend more time with their pregnant wives, which can reduce the risk of postnatal depression for moms and strengthen the couple's relationship, making the society more stable.
In Korea, we hold memorial services for our ancestors. However, this is a culture that we can see discrimination in. Women have to serve the ancestors of their husbands. Men usually just have those what's in the world chats, and women cook in the kitchen. It is ironic that people love to serve their ancestors but don't cook food for them. Most women there are actually not even the descendants of them since they are the wives. Even though everyone is chatting, laughing around, it doesn't mean that we are all equal. This is the structural violence from what we call it a culture. As Odin Ambassador mentioned in the opening ceremony, universal values and cultural diversity can conflict. This shouldn't be called and be respected as culture, it should be recognized as a gender inequality in Korean homes.
Adding on, this is the result of not breaking the prejudice that food-related work is women's work and the long-standing custom. But it is not a woman's role and it is not a job that must be done. Therefore, I think it is right that this custom should be eliminated.
Across the world, discrimination, whether it be because of gender or race, religion, or other reasons, causes an increased risk in homelessness. Discrimination often causes inadequate opportunities in education, income, and health services. And a prime example of this is in Canada, where around 15% of people with disabilities live in poverty, with 59% of this group being women. Due to COVID-19, the increase in homeless women has been astronomical, especially since the pandemic has caused an increase in domestic violence, causing people to flee their homes. Another example would be racialized women in Canada who are often disproportionately trapped in a cycle of poverty due to low employment rates.
Trousers for boys, skirts for girls. For many Taiwanese, this is a memory of school uniforms. But with recent advocacy of gender equality education, this scene may disappear. More and more schools have begun to implement a gender-neutral uniform policy, hoping that both boys and girls can freely choose the most suitable uniform for them to go to school. In 2019, the Ministry of Education announced that in the future, students will not be punished for improper clothing. Many middle schools in Taiwan have gradually loosened regulations, allowing students the right to choose their own uniform styles. A high school in New Taipei City marked the anniversary of their school with a week-long activity during which they wore skirts to break gender stereotypes and underline their personal freedom of choice. After that, the school decides that from the next school year, its male students are allowed to wear a skirt to class.
Horseman, an American educator, said, "Education is a great equalizer. The Civil Rights Act is an act that prohibits discrimination based on a person's race, color, religion, sex, or their national origin. America is a nation that is populated with people of many different nationalities, ethnic groups, religions, and the protection of any individual rights that was seen as a necessary action to protect all residents. Making a difference is a huge commitment, and if done right, others will join you."
While many laws have been passed ensuring gender equality, they do not go far enough. While laws like the Equal Pay Act make it technically illegal to pay women differently than men, employers too easily find loopholes. Women also face an uphill battle in reporting this gender-based discrimination. And beyond salary, in the US, there are many states with taxes on things like period products, making a necessary product for women less accessible to people who need them.
Solutions concerning gender inequality, racial injustice, and representation of the disabled populations include increasing representation and educating the younger generations. To increase representation, we should aim to have a balanced ratio of minorities in visible jobs, such as politics and business leadership positions. This will allow younger generations to have role models and feel more empowered. Representation can also be improved in movies and the media through actors that identify with their minority characters or roles and that are casted accordingly.
In addition to increasing representation, nations can focus on education of the younger generation about such issues through clubs at school and their curriculum. For example, feminism and cultural clubs allow students to find their voice and discuss these issues in their community. Improving school curriculums to highlight achievements of minorities in different fields like science and engineering, and including a unit about equality, will also lead to a change in mindset for future generations.
It was not an easy task to prepare all of this. I would like to express my gratitude for your dedication. Panel 3 is ended here, and let's move on to Panel 5.
이 많은 걸 준비하느라 힘드셨을 텐데 수고 많으셨습니다. 패널 3은 여기서 마치도록 하고 이제 패널 5의 순서입니다.
Panel 5 will be the last team to present in part 1. Please pay attention to their words. Their presentation is about COVID and air pollution, carbon footprint calculator, individuals, governments and companies, and global clean air. Now you can get started.
이번 시간에서의 마지막 발표는 패널 5입니다. 다들 집중해서 경청해 주시길 바랍니다. 패널 5는 코로나와 대기오염, 탄소 발자국 계산기, 개인 기업과 정부, 그리고 세계 청정 공기에 대해 발표합니다. 시작하겠습니다.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are panel 5. We are start our presentation. Cindy, could you start? Cindy, could you turn on your mic? Yeah.
So here are some negative changes.
You can start.
So we will start off by talking about the effect of COVID-19 on air pollution around the world. There are some negative changes. So what are they exactly? Our group member will walk you through a number of negative and positive impacts that COVID-19 imposes on air pollution around the world. First of all, COVID-19 has resulted in increased disposable waste. Since people often have difficulties eating outside, for instance, in Korea, lots of people order their food to be delivered right to their home. Numerous disposable containers were used for delivery food, and this increased the usage of plastic waste, releasing lots of pollutants. Well, there is a higher demand for medical equipment and protective gears during the pandemic, including vaccines, self-diagnosis kit, medicine, hand sanitizers, gloves, masks, goggles, and hazmat suits. These masses of medical equipment and gears generate plastic waste, which worsens the air quality if not properly disposed of. According to research by PNAS, over 8 million tons of pandemic-associated plastic waste have been produced since the start of the pandemic, of which more than 25,000 tons are dumped into oceans, while the other portion is dumped in the rubbish. Which leads to a topic, improper waste management. During the pandemic, waste are treated through combustion, which releases hazardous chemicals and pollutants into the air. While some of them are also buried in landfills, which eventually decompose into methane gas and then discharge into the atmosphere. And another part of the pandemic waste are also left on land untreated.
There will also be alarmed factories, as though some factories have been closed down. A large number of factories are still running because of people's daily needs like water and electricity. Moreover, some factories have no impact since they are able to achieve mass production through robots. So in this case, the activities of air pollution will still be going on.
Asian, please turn on your mic.
Exhaust gas release the carbon dioxide emissions and other pollutants. Power plants exhaust gas, destructions of vegetation, resistance burning coal for heating will result in increased level of air pollution.
Positive. So there will be traveling. The traveling will be less because fewer people go out and more stay at home, and there will be less cars and buses, which will reduce the source of air pollution.
Asian,
COVID-19 make industries stopping. Owing to the spread of COVID-19, some governments inhibited run of factories for lockdown policy. In the countries who carried out the policy, the release of air pollutants decreased rapidly. And for example, in China, they have diminished a quarter of carbon dioxide release.
Well, in conclusion, COVID-19 has affected our air quality in a variety of ways, both positive and negative. However, these positive effects are likely to be temporary, while the negative effects are prone to be long-lasting. We, as global citizens, owe to maintain the positive effects and work towards carbon neutrality.
our topic is what can we learn by using a carbon footprint calculator and how is this information useful in helping us to reduce our carbon emissions. These are our contents. Ew, could you turn on your mic?
To begin with, a carbon footprint is the total amount of greenhouse gases that are generated by our personal activities and consumptions. And the question is, what is a carbon footprint calculator? It is a visual tool that calculates the carbon emission of your household based on the number of people in your household, energy consumption, and the daily lifestyle. It has a strict conversion mechanism such as 31 kilogram of carbon emission of using an air conditioner per hour to make the number accurate.
We can calculate our individual carbon footprint. Enter the Global Footprint Network site address. And press calculate your footprint button. Then this will appear on the screen. And press take the first step. Then there are 14 questions. Answer the 14 questions and we can check our result. If we look at our result, we can see how much we are using carbon in our daily lives.
By using carbon footprint calculator, we can figure out how much our activities generate greenhouse gases. So we can reconsider our daily lifestyles by still using carbon footprint calculator.
Now I'm going to share my own carbon footprint result. As I chose my lifestyle pre-COVIDly in order to show my original life calculated by the carbon footprint evaluation system, it ended at a whopping 17.9 tons per year, 2.5 times bigger than a global average number. I'm astonished, shocked at this result. I'm embarrassed that I've contributed that much to carbon exhaustion, and I wonder how my life are pre-COVID. I was driven to school every day in a gas-fueled car without carpooling. I use air cons every summer and winter. I ate meat every day and seldom cared about recycling. I feel guilty, and it is my conviction that I apply changes to compensate my waste of carbon.
In conclusion, the carbon footprint calculator and
to calculate the footprint of us, but not everyone can use it wisely and successfully. So we call on everyone to learn how to use it. With the severity of the climate problem, everyone should take the responsibility. You can really plant trees every day, but you can use the app to know what impact you have on the environment. You can learn about your energy consumption, such as water, electricity, and so on. After that, you can take action to change your behavior, reducing the harmful impact on the environment. When it comes to climate, we have no choice, but there is no other plan. Never give up to build a better and greener world. Thank you.
Thank you for watching.
And our topic is how to reduce our individual footprint. Oidi. And transportation. This includes using public transportation, biking or walking instead of using on car.
Personal waste living recycling. This includes using reusable water bottles instead of plastic water bottles, and using your 3 R's.
Zana, please talk.
Personal waste slash living recycling. Using your own reusable water bottles instead of plastic water bottles. Using your 3 R's, reduce, reuse, and recycle.
Next person.
Yuki, turn on your mic.
Next, home appliance and decrease electricity at home. This includes reducing the carbon emission usage in home appliances such as washing machines, stoves, and so on. Turning off the electricity at home when it's not in need. And also using renewable green energy at home.
And fast fashion. This includes thrifting and using passed-down clothes can help reduce the large amount of non-renewable resources used in fast fashion.
Reducing water usage. This includes turning off the tap when you're not using water. For example, during brushing your teeth, taking a shower, or even doing the dishes. Using water when it's not needed is going to affect your carbon emission. Therefore, if you can turn it off while it's not being used, you can help your carbon emission.
So, for our group, we consist of Yeti, Legion, and Lee, which my name is Lotus, and we're going to be talking about how businesses and governments are affected by carbon emissions. So Yeti, she's not here, but she was saying how internationally, there is a protocol called the Kyoto Protocol, and it was adopted to reduce carbon dioxide emissions by setting targets for greenhouse gases reduction by developed countries. And domestically, they reduce greenhouse gas emissions below the appropriate level through the dissemination of clean energy and technology development. And in her opinion, she felt that such efforts by the government and companies were effective, but it wasn't enough to be impressed by many people. And she thinks that the government and companies should come up with better ways to solve environmental problems and emphasize environmental protection to many people.
In China, my government has the goal of reaching carbon neutrality in 2060. Also, during the COVID-19 pandemic, people would shop online a lot. This resulted in more air pollution because products were being overpackaged. Businesses would use inspiration from companies like Tesla to use electric power instead of fossil fuels. I also believe that governments should set goals for each country about emitting less carbon and make plans on how to accomplish this goal.
Next slide, please. Okay, so in Hawaii, USA, our government passed Senate Bill 2629, which banned the use of coal for electric power by 2022. So we also passed Bill 40, which bans styrofoam use. And this affected our businesses because the Applied Energy Services Hawaii Power Plant, which was the only coal power plant in Hawaii, it shut down on September 1st of this year. And restaurants now use environmentally friendly or biodegradable containers because the styrofoam is banned. Thank you.
How can countries work together with ensure clean air for the world? Our team members is Soyoung, Jiang Shunyang, and Ruby and Anderson. Next slide, please. Environmental police of various countries. Next slide, please. Mongolia. The Billion Trees National Program was initiated by President of Mongolia to be implemented in our country until 2030. It's a highly important ecological mega project to solve the problems of desertification and climate change facing Mongolia. Within the framework of this project, a tree planting campaign was held in all corners of Mongolia. So planting trees may be the best way to reduce carbon emissions. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. About Jiang Chengjiang, it's your turn.
China's air pollution control policy. Measures and countermeasures for comprehensive control of global air pollution. Formulate and implement international agreements to strictly control the emission of global air pollution.
The main power generating approach in Taipei is powered by coal fire. We need more power in summer, which is peak of power consumption. Eventually, it leads to greater usage of coal. Therefore, the government promotes the policy of shutting down the coal-fired power station and replace it with renewable energy. Next slide, please. Take solar power as an instance. We can install solar panels widely on the top of buildings and popularize it among the men internationally. Next slide, please. Xiang, it's your turn.
Do ways to promote international cooperation. The long-range transport of air pollution in one country can affect people and the environment of another country. There are similar air pollution problems in different countries that can be solved as the same measures. The implementation of national politics might have implications for other countries insofar as they can lead to shifting environmental problems to another country.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your presentation. It was the first part of the panel discussion so far. Before moving on to the next team, there will be time for online cultural exchange activities. Let's give a warm welcome to the cultural exchange team.
패널 5의 발표 잘 들었습니다. 감사합니다. 여기까지가 패널 토론 결과 발표의 첫 번째 시간이었습니다. 다음 시간으로 넘어가기 전에 온라인 문화 교류가 있겠습니다. 모두 큰 박수로 문화 교류 팀을 환영해 주시길 바랍니다.
Hello, participants of this annual program from all around the world. We are Minsa Choi and Sangmin Park from the official hosting committee, and we will be the MCs proceeding with the online cultural exchange program.
전 세계 모든 학생 여러분 안녕하십니까? 저희는 공식진행위원회에서 온라인 문화 교류 진행을 맡은 최민서 박상민입니다.
First of all, we would like to thank you all for your partakes in the forum.
먼저 포럼에 열정적으로 참여해 주신 모든 분들께 감사드립니다.
This year, we have a total of 40 cities that participated in the forum, and a lot of videos were submitted to us to be introduced during the culture exchange program. We hope these videos will be of great cultural value to you all. Thank you.
올해는 총 40개의 도시가 포럼에 참여했고 그만큼 문화교류 프로그램에 대한 참여와 관심이 많았습니다. 저희는 이번에 소개될 영상들이 여러분에게 모두 큰 문화적 가치가 있기를 바랍니다.
There are 3 topics for our online cultural exchange program, and each topic will have a varying amount of videos under them. The first set of videos is about local cuisine. There are videos of Japan, Vietnam, and China prepared for you. First, we will go ahead and see the videos from Japan.
이번 온라인 문화교류 프로그램은 3개의 분야가 있고 각 분야마다 여러 도시의 동영상을 시청할 예정입니다. 첫 번째 분야는 음식에 관한 것입니다. 국가는 일본, 베트남, 중국의 영상이 준비되어 있으며 첫 번째로는 일본의 영상을 시청하겠습니다.
Hello, I'm Hitomi from Aomori, Japan. Today, I'm going to talk about the food in Aomori. There are 3 regions in Aomori Prefecture: Tsugaru, Nambu, Shimokita, and the coastal area, and each region has its own traditional food. Tsugaru is a rice-producing area, so many of its food tastes quite salty in order to go with rice. Nambu is very cold place, so people in Nambu eat hot food. Shimokita had been isolated from the other area for a long time, so the food there is very unique. In Aomori Prefecture is surrounded by the ocean, so people living in the coastal area eat seafood. Lastly, I'd like to introduce you an interesting local food, that is miso curry gyunyu ramen. Believe it or not, the soup is miso curry milk taste. But actually it's really delicious. Please try one when you come to Aomori. Thank you for listening.
Hello, I'm Koko Kitaguchi. Today, we'll introduce some foods from Japan, specifically from Sapporo. Sapporo is located in Hokkaido, northern Japan. The area is famous for delicious produce, so we'd like to introduce ramen, sweets, and soup curry. Let's go!
Hi, I'm Moekla. Today I'm gonna have a lunch alone, so I wanna share with you. I arrived. You get us interior like this. There is a menu. I always order kotteri miso. There you go. Sapporo is famous for ramen, especially miso ramen. Chashu, Japanese versus spinach, bamboo shoots, and green onions are used for this ramen.
Hello everyone, my name is Yuki Hatanaka. Today I'd like to introduce a sweet shop in Hokkaido which includes our city. Its name is Yotsuba White Koji. It is a directly managed store of Yotsuba Dairy. First, I want to introduce parfait. Ingredients produced in Tokachi are used in the soft-serve ice cream portion of the parfait. Tokachi is one of the cities in Hokkaido. Fresh cream wasn't too strong and I was able to eat it cleanly, but it was rich tasting. Second is pancakes. The pancake is fluffy and you can buy pancake mix online. Thank you for watching. I want you to visit our city.
Hi, I'm Nata. Today, I'd like to introduce about soup curry. Soup curry is local curry from Sapporo, and it's characterized by a watery curry sauce. We can choose ingredients, the taste of soup base, and spiciness. Wow! Soup curry arrived. Isn't it delicious, right? It was a little spicy, but not too hot, and the vegetables were delicious. My recommended way to eat is eat soup and rice separately at first, then eat them together. Thank you for watching. Bye!
Did you enjoy our video? There are of course many other famous foods in Sapporo. For example, Genghis Khan and various seafood. Thank you for watching. Bye!
What an interesting look at Japanese regions and traditional food. I've tried curry so many times, but I've never heard of soup curry before. That's definitely going up on my to-do list when I visit Japan.
모두 일본의 각 지역과 전통 음식을 소개해 주셨는데요. 카레는 정말 많이 먹어봤지만 스프 카레는 처음 들어봤네요. 나중에 일본 가면 먹어보고 싶습니다.
Next, the following video is prepared by students from Vietnam. Let's go ahead and watch it.
다음은 베트남 친구들이 준비한 영상입니다. 보러 가시죠.
Origins. Pho has a very complicated and debatable history, but the theory most agree on is that in the French War, when Vietnam was colonized by the French, head commanders, foreigners, and upper-class people got to consume the finest part of the meat, while our Vietnamese had to eat the scraps and leftovers. However, thanks to our ancestors' ingenuity, they quickly discovered a way to make the most out of the bones and pieces of meat that were left to them, and create the utmost delight, that is the pho broth. Accompanied by some rice noodle and bam! The bowl of pho, as we all know and love today, was born. By now, pho has become a typical delicious dish in Vietnam, with each region having its own variation, creating an ever-growing diverse reservoir of flavors. However, the serving of pho still follows a simple, reliable baseline recipe. Pho is usually served in a large bowl, consisting of braised pho noodles, beanstalk, and meat on top. When eating, one would typically pour hot broth and sprinkle a little cilantro, making the bowl of pho fragrant with a distinct aroma, appealing to human pleasure. A bowl of pho is always accompanied by condiments such as a few pieces of fresh lemon, a few pieces of herb, a little chili sauce, chili powder and flakes, sour vinegar. First, you season your bowl with chili, lemon, pepper, and those spices. Then mix well with the chopsticks and enjoy. The delicious bowl of pho owes most of its flavor to the broth that has been infused with the sweetness of the bone along with the chewy, soft, and just cooked meat. How to cook? To make pho, the most important stage is the preparation of the broth. The broth of traditional pho is simmered from the bones of beef, along with some spices. In the beginning, keep the heat on very high, and when the water boils, reduce the heat to low and remove all the foam. Keep doing this until the water is clear. To get rid of the smell of beef bones and make the water have a pleasant aroma, the cook puts some gingers and purple onion in the pot of broth. Pho is made from plain rice flour, thinly rolled and cut into noodle-like strips. Meat used to make pho is usually beef and chicken. If it's beef pho, the beef is sliced very thin to help with cooking it faster. When eating, people dip boiling water until cooked or rare, depending on the preference. When making chicken pho soup, restaurants boil chicken and hang it in a glass cabinet to display. When eating, they tear up the chicken and arrange it on a rice noodle, already placed in a bowl. Put in the herbs and spices, scoop the broth into the bowl, and voila! There are 3 main pho dishes: noodle soup, stir-fried pho, and pan-fried pho. Though traditional pho is still the most popular and is the best thing to have on a chilly day or for breakfast.
Bánh cốm, a legendary symbol of Hanoi cuisine. For the majority of Hanoians, cốm, or green sticky rice, is one of the capital's most important symbols of gastronomy and elegance, and so is bánh cốm, sweet cake made of green sticky rice and green beans. I would say that living in the capital without savoring bánh cốm would be a major shortcoming. So, from where and when comes bánh cốm's symbolic reputation? Bánh cốm was first created in 1865 by the predecessors of the Nguyễn Duy family. These original green sticky rice cakes were given the brand name Nguyên Ninh in honor of its motherland, Yên Ninh village, which was formerly renowned for producing the best green rice cakes. The main component of the cake, green sticky rice, used to be brought from Vong village, the homeland of harvesting green sticky rice in the heart of every Hanoian. Why, among the vastness of beautiful Vietnam, where paddy fields stretch to the end of the horizon, the best green sticky rice can only come from Vong village? Famous author Vũ Bằng, a Vietnamese gastronome, once wrote in his influential book, The Delicious Dishes of Hanoi. 2 adjectives best describe how bánh cốm is made: meticulous and elegant, just like the region it comes from. To make the best cake and uphold 153 years of reputation, every step from ingredient selection to packaging must be flawless. Let's start with the green rice. Different from young green sticky rice, bánh cốm is formed by an old kind of rice imported from Taipei. This means the rice is cut right as soon as the seeds are ripe green, because the younger rice, when fried with sugar, will melt completely and can't be used to make a crust. Maybe that's the reason why we can enjoy bánh cốm year-round, while the best cốm only arrives during the early harvesting seasons from April to May. After processing, the harvested green sticky rice is put into pots and covered tightly. Green beans for making the paste have to be carefully selected from a mountainous area in Sơn La province to guarantee the best quality. By adding puree additives like lotus jam and grated coconut, the cốm is marinated in a special way and is then stir-fried on a hot pan with caster sugar for about 2 hours until the seeds are condensed, but still with the signature green color. Before everything is set, a little bit of distilled grapefruit water can increase the flavor of a delicious bánh cốm. Hanoi's cốm cake has its unique flavor that you would never be able to find anywhere. Every time I visit this capital, I often buy the cake at Nguyên Ninh store as a lovely gift for my family members and friends in Ho Chi Minh City, said Hồ Nguyên Ngọc, a young Saigonese who loves the square-shaped cake. Tasting bánh cốm is like savoring every single throwback memory of childhood with the sweet and flexible green layer. Reminds you of peaceful paddy fields of labor beauty in hard old days. 53-year-old Nguyễn Văn Tám, a Hanoian his whole life, said about those good old days. It's a meal that symbolizes love, youth, roots, history, and the grandeur of a city. Bánh cốm is a source of tremendous pride for Hanoians and Vietnamese. And that's the end of our video about the food in Vietnam. Thank you so much for your attention. 감사합니다.
How are the videos? I really enjoyed them myself. I'm surprised that the food served with rice noodles in the south and north is quite different. There are a lot of different foods in the world.
베트남 영상 잘 봤습니다. 같은 쌀국수여도 남부와 북부가 곁들여 먹는 음식이 달라서 놀라웠습니다. 정말 세상에는 여러 가지 음식이 많은 것 같습니다.
Next up is China. Well then let's have a look.
다음 차례는 중국입니다. 보러 가시죠.
Beijing is an ancient city with rich cultural heritage. Among them, Beijing's food is representative. There are many kinds of delicious food in Beijing, such as cooper pot meat, fried tripe, zhizi roast meat, and so on. There are also many dim sum in Beijing, such as donkey rolling and ai wo wo. These delicacies are very distinctive. Looking forward to your taste.
Qinhuangdao is a famous historical and cultural city, named after the legend of Qin Shi Huang seeking immortality. Located at the junction of the two provinces, Qinhuangdao blends the food culture of the North and the Central Plains.
故乡呀，千里万里，亲人啊，带我欢聚。物是人非没错对，运用风趣没所谓。你曾经以我可悲，永世赞美。只如凡间，我甘愿将。
While most people are still sound asleep, these people are ready to start their day. Autumn is a season rich in seafood. The people of Qinhuangdao, who live by the sea and depend on the sea, go out early and return late every day, catching up with the limited hours of the season. locals, the cooking method of seafood is something rooted in their heart. Only the simplest of cooking ways can make the most delicious food. For great meal, seafood is only part of the feast. In this small, peaceful, and comfortable city, the tea culture has been integrated into people's lives. Tea tasting has become a form of leisure for people. If breakfast is the life of a city, then the alleys at night are the soul of Qinhuangdao. Tasting all these delicacies, people's desire for a better life is evoked.
中国美食文化丰富多彩，秦皇岛美食是其中浓墨重彩的一笔。欢迎来到秦皇岛，品尝着万千美食。
We are arriving at Outside Restaurant.
春夏不到园林，怎知春色日新。
My hometown, Laizhou City, is a county-level city in Shandong Province. There is a traditional food called huoxiao. It's a kind of wheaten food baked for people on long trips in ancient times. In order to prevent food from deterioration, people use ovens to scorch the skin of this food. The high temperature of the stove makes the skin quickly dehydrate and lose water. And then, the scorched skin emits an attractive fragrance. It has become a food that has been popular for thousands of years. Because the dough used to make meals has less water content, the dough is hard, and it takes a lot of effort to knead the dough manually. The clever producer came up with a solution, which is to use a long wooden stick to press the dough. With the progress of science and technology, The wooden stick has been replaced by a noodle machine. Now, this kind of food is still popular in the local area. Many people who live in other places after growing up will often order this food by mail through online shopping to taste the flavor of their hometown and get rid of homesickness.
There sure seems to be a lot of street markets and popular street foods in China. Looking at the video, I think the sweet and savory smell is wafting all the way over here from the streets in the video.
중국에는 길거리 음식과 시장이 참 많은 것 같습니다. 영상을 보다 보니 길거리의 고소한 냄새와 달달한 냄새가 여기까지 풍겨오는 것 같네요.
This is all for the food part. Now we will have a 5-minute break.
음식 파트는 여기까지입니다. 이제부터 5분 쉬는 시간을 가지도록 하겠습니다.
Hello, audience. Now we will proceed with the panel discussion. Panels 7 to 4 are going to present from 3 to 3:35. Presenters, please be ready.
여러분 반갑습니다. 이제 패널 토론 결과 발표를 이어서 진행하겠습니다. 3시부터 3시 35분까지 패널 7, 패널 2, 패널 4의 결과 발표가 있겠습니다. 발표자들은 발표 준비를 해주시길 바랍니다.
The first team that is going to present is Panel 7. Panel 7 will discuss the measures to help adolescents create peace in education, service, and social media. Like other teams have done, I hope you can present with confidence and clarity. Just so you know, you have to finish the presentation within the 10 minutes.
두 번째 시간의 첫 번째 팀은 패널 7입니다. 패널 7은 교육, 봉사, 그리고 SNS 세 가지 분야에서 청소년들의 평화를 만들 수 있는 방안을 소개할 예정입니다. 앞서 발표했던 모든 분들처럼 이번 팀도 자신 있게 발표해 주시길 바랍니다. 발표 시간은 10분을 지켜주시면 감사하겠습니다.
A big part of sustainable peace building is to take initiative through volunteering, whether it's through involving yourself more in your community or searching for ways to involve yourself with different global issues and topics. So with our presentation, we're hoping to share some of the different initiatives that we know of that hopefully we can all promote in our own communities and countries. So starting off with online engagement, we feel that a great way to reach the youth is through influencers that do talk about different global topics and spread awareness of those topics. We think it's a good way to reach that audience since influencers already have that audience. So we should promote influencers among the youth. Another way would be through cultural exchanges and volunteer opportunities. So our members believe that by giving opportunities to meet people from different countries through cultural exchange programs can be very beneficial to them since it educates them on different, issues that are going on in different countries, how different countries work. Next would be involvement with nonprofit organizations. By nonprofit organizations, it could either be organizations that like to take initiative in their communities, and also to spread awareness of those different global topics and issues. So to get youth involved with nonprofit organizations, that can be extremely beneficial. Another one would be accessible education on different global topics and issues. We understand that it can be a struggle for people in different countries to become more aware of issues that are going on in different countries. So whether it's through subjects in schools or just promoting different online platforms to students that educate them on those global topics, that will also be very beneficial to them. And then lastly, it would be to promote involvement with political topics and issues. The common belief is that students or the youth can't really get involved with politics because of their age, which isn't true. There are many initiatives that we can take to get them involved with different political topics. For example, here in Hawaii, we have different conferences that can bring students together to create bills, which can be turned into laws. So we think promoting activities and events like that can get the youth involved with politics, which overall helps with peace building.
I think we need to provide more students or young people with a stage to play a role, especially after the influence of the COVID-19 pandemic. We need more local and international online activities to help students and youngs work together to showcase their talents and solve global issues. Not only that, schools and communities need to provide more opportunities for youngs. For example, schools can create clubs like Model United Station for students to experience new things. Also, they should be more conferences like the Jeju International Young Forums for students to talk each other.
And lastly, a very important aspect of volunteerism would be advocacy, and not only protesting, but spreading awareness, using the voice of the youth to basically bring awareness to issues that the youth would like to solve. One of them being environmental stewardship. So caring for the environment, caring for nature is extremely important. As you know, there's been a lot of negative effects, especially with climate change due to the impacts of human activity. And that's something that the youth are well aware of, and they're doing their part by protesting physically and also online using the internet to show everyone that we do care, and this is something that's a priority for young people. Also, civic excellence, being involved politically and just showing adults and people who can vote that the decisions that they make are very important, especially to government leaders. So being well aware of what the youth care about and making sure that those in charge understand that is another priority among youth. And advocacy also, it promotes cooperation among peers and organizations, because when it does come time to volunteer in certain events, it brings a lot of different people together. They put their differences aside for the achievement of a common goal. And finally, it positively impacts minority groups and marginalized communities with people in need. And this basically means that during community service events, the goal isn't to be better than the person next to you, it's to work alongside the people next to you to achieve a common goal. And many of the times it's through canned food drives or a lot of charity work in order to help the different people who are in need and that require assistance from the community.
As technology has developed, it has become easier and easier for youth to communicate with their peers across the world. To have a brighter future, we as youth should take action and create strong relationships with each other by using methods to collaborate, touching base on many different civic and global issues.
Our proposals include working to correct social media misinformation, as well as utilizing online platforms to communicate with those around the world. By interacting with each other, cross-cultural exchange could occur and many different opinions from around the world can be heard. And discussion of different opinions would also be fostered.
Example, in 2020, PLZ held a youth campaign in SNS to mark UN Peace Day. It is a peace stamp campaign including friends overseas teenagers and what they wanted their daily life after COVID-19. And second, in Korea, the International Youth Exchange Network operates various international exchange programs so that teenagers can grow as global leaders. It aims to strengthen networks between domestic employees and youth education and promote mature understanding and trust through diversification of exchanges between domestic employees and youth leaders, and focuses on proper information sharing and exchange.
The Japanese volunteer group collaborate opportunities to teach Japanese to Cambodian children online for students who cannot participate.
Some of social media not only enables fruitful discussions on various global issues, but also provides a platform to collectively seek possible solutions for achieving sustainable peace. For more active youth engagement and global action, it is important to open up an inclusive and engaging venue for the youth where they can freely voice out and exchange their opinions to foster sustainable world peace.
Peace Day was created for a peace-themed campaign. More events like these can be created to celebrate how far we have come and where we need to go in terms of world peace efforts. Youth campaigns and exchanges have been created to get an idea as to what life should be like after COVID-19 and to ensure that teenagers can grow to become global leaders by learning about various cultures through diverse and information-rich exchanges.
So I propose that schools around the world should do their best to educate students about the importance of peace building through a mandatory class for every student in high school. In this class, students will learn about government, politics, history, ethics, and issues in both their own and other countries to gain a global perspective of peace building. In addition, this class should show interviews with former soldiers or social workers showing the horrors of both war and the reality of what it does to mankind, both mentally and physically. Oftentimes, war is glamorized by the film industry. Through this class, students will learn that war, whether it be one of proxy, direct, or economic nature, is not something to glamorize, but rather avoid at all costs through peace building. With this class, students will learn about how peace building may be carried out and why it is so important.
Education is not only in the classroom, but also in the activities. For example, the Model United Nations competition can be used to collide ideas, conduct in-depth discussions on national issues, and express their own opinions.
so as to contribute to the sustainable development of the world with their own modest efforts. By participating in these activities supported by the government, society, and schools, we, young people, will be able to voice our youth for the solidarity of the people of the world and inject youth into the sustainable development and the progress of the world.
My main opinion is that the government should implement an education policy to teach students how to move as a group for peace. It's very hard for an individual voice to demand the transition to the government and the public. It is most efficient for people with the same belief and goals to gather across regions and countries and make through legitimate channels like interest groups and civic groups. There are few examples of students who also work in groups with their own goals, but it's not common. If students gain experience in moving for the goal of peace or are educated about it, it will be a stepping stone to stand for the bigger aims such as peace and democracy in the future. And the government proceed with such a project or policy, it will give the government the positive perception that is a government interested in justice and peace, and students will have the valuable experience for working together for the value of peace. Thank you.
My opinion is that the most powerful and meaningful activity in the field of education is learning about the history. Through history education, we can learn how the world affects us and that it is crucial and meaningless. And we need to understand history correctly. We have to remember how many wars have taken place, how many people have died around the world. Also, starting with our national and regional history, we can see how much pain will leave for mankind and how will affect global peace. So we must try not to repeat such a history. To be sustainable, we know that all communities and people in the world must participate together and that our responsibility to lead the next generation is paramount. We have to cultivate positive behavior through the education and develop a perspective on the international situation and a leadership to lead it. Also, inside and outside the school, we must gather individuals and make more voice. We must actively act and speak out as a youth in international community beyond my own society.
I propose that we have to tell war story for next generation because people who experienced war passed away. It is a serious problem in the world. Also, it is a serious problem in Japan. Japan is the only country where the nuclear bomb was dropped. So we have to tell to the next generation about war is so terrible. And also making sustainable and peaceful world is our duty. So the government should promote the mandatory peace building class at all schools.
Schools should make more opportunity for discussion about war. Recently, young generation don't talk much about peace with family or friends in daily conversation. It is necessary to make the topic of sustainable peace more familiar. So, schools should provide more opportunity for discuss about peace. In such class, hear the story of war from people who experienced it. It's a good way to learn and get young generations interest. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your presentation.
멋진 발표 감사드립니다.
It's time for afternoon discussions. Panel 2 will be the first team to present. They will talk about define technical and career education. What are the bad things that happen when students don't have access to career education? What are the good things that can happen when students do have access to education? And how can we better provide technical and career education? Remember, you only have 10 minutes to present. And please welcome panel 2 with warm applause.
지금부턴 5호의 토론을 진행한 팀들의 발표 시간입니다. 그중 첫 번째 팀인 패널 2부터 발표를 시작하겠습니다. 패널 2의 발표는 기술 및 직업 교육의 정의, 학생들이 직업 교육을 받지 못했을 때 생기는 단점, 학생들이 교육을 받았을 때 생기는 장점, 기술 및 직업 교육을 더 잘 제공할 수 있는 방안입니다. 발표 시간은 10분을 지켜주시면 감사하겠습니다. 그럼 따뜻한 박수로 반겨주시길 바랍니다.
Hello everyone, we are panel 2. Our topic is action plan for... I think the presentation is wrong. Yes, that's correct. Okay, again. Hello everyone, we are panel 2. Our topic is Action Plan for Providing Effective Career and Technical Education for Global Competition. So we talked about 4 main points. First, what the technical and career education is. Second, what the bad things could happen when the students don't have the access to technical and career education. Third, the good things if students have the access. Fourth, how we can provide that education. We prepared a presentation with videos. It was a meaningful time for us to participate in this work. Enjoy our presentation.
I really wanted to be an artist.
When I was little, I wanted to be a singer.
When I was younger, I wanted to become an interior designer.
I wanted to be a vet. 我想成为一名兽医。
Back then, I really wanted to be a doctor.
I wanted to be a teacher.
I wanted to be a doctor.
I wanted to be a dancer.
I wanted to be an English teacher.
I wanted to be a president.
What is technical and career education?
What is technical and career education? Is the combination of academic education and skills that are in step with the modernization of society, which will help us to create a career and develop necessary skills. So, if we have a good career education and non-formal education and necessary skills, that will result in young people ready for the future.
Technical and career education is combining the academic subjects with any jobs. Students can encourage themselves to improve, and the class could be felt more interesting. I think this is a more practical way.
We also think the technical and career education means deep education to choose a path. These educations lead us that we will be happy and enjoying life, spend a great time on our jobs, and save people, countries, world, and so on. So these educations have a lot of benefits for us.
What happens when students do not have access to career education?
If the students don't get career education, they will simply waste their time by not being interested in the work they do, and as a result, they won't finish it in a good quality. And as well as this, they will not reveal their vocation in life, and it can affect the country's economy and the person's mindset. So be attentive.
In my opinion, another consequence of lack of career education is that students will suffer from poor employment opportunities because they would lack sufficient knowledge of the labor market and they don't know which job is in demand, and thus they could choose a field that they cannot find a job. And secondly, because they could also choose a job that is not compatible with their abilities, so that their chance of going far is very low, and thus they will suffer from poor pay rates and poor performance.
What are the benefits of career education?
If students have access, they could gain responsibility. The reason is they could realize that our society is competitive and able to know their levels. And the good things is they could learn educations efficiently and can be the leader of their life. And finally, they could try more hard to find their dreams.
expanding our knowledge about technical and career education to understand these unique fields and how they affect our lives is essential, while appreciating the effort taken to achieve the goals of these fields and the process it takes to complete them. At the same time, observing these fields and to understand what it takes to work in them while learning about the benefits which we can obtain. Technical and career education should be taken into account to improve an individual's point of view on a particular field and the hard work which goes into it. It also helps individuals face the right direction when choosing a career path for the future, as they have learned about the numerous fields which they can choose from. Finally, it will improve their communication and social abilities with their peers.
How can we improve education for students?
For providing an effective career and technical education, teachers need to change their attitude. First, they don't apply to violence. Secondly, be patient and kind towards students. And finally, have the adequate time to work on student comprehension.
Supports from the schools are vital. First, schools can create a database of graduates' dream jobs and willing parents to offer help in various fields. Second, it should provide more job shadowing programs as an important platform. Third, it's necessary for schools to provide more information and experience for students.
We need to change our mindset on technical education in society. How people need not to discriminate high school graduates of technical or vocational school. Why? Because it provides students with an important jobs or skills in the field.
All of this being said, action plans for technical and career education becomes one of the most important future goals, for it gives us, students, a perfect balance between academical studies and real-life skills, and also provides an upward mobility to a country's economy. Thus, a new generation of entrepreneurs and innovators will rise and we will change our global competition. I hope we were able to convince you on why this kind of education is important. This was panel 2. Thank you for your attention.
It's up to us to help our students achieve their dreams. Thank you for listening.
Their presentation provides us with an opportunity to think in depth. Please give panel 2 a big round of applause.
저희에게 깊게 생각할 기회를 주는 발표였습니다. 패널 1을 위한 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Next, we will meet panel 4's presentation. Panel 4 will talk about gender roles, minorities, and discrimination. I can't help but hurry up hearing what they had prepared. Please welcome panel 4.
지금부턴 패널 4의 발표를 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 패널 4의 주제는 성 역할과 소수자 그리고 차별입니다. 발표 내용을 빨리 들어보고 싶네요. 패널 4를 환영해 주세요.
Your name?
The first presenter, please speak with your mic on. For the topic ethnic minority, we split into 3 specific parts. The first part is about Africans and Asians. We found COVID-19 as the cause that magnified this problem of Asian discrimination. COVID-19 initially started in Wuhan, China, so it caused a rise in Asian hate. As for the cause of African discrimination, the colonial activities against them still has an effect on how people view Africans. Discrimination against the Negro that originates from this period has developed into a systematic racism today. And of course, there's the ever-existing notion of discrimination by skin color as well. So how can we fix this? Well, there's something that the governments can do, like improving existing laws. The UN can also conduct specialized forums with experts. And of course, there's something we as a youth can do, like starting a petition concerning the rights of minorities. The next split topic is about Muslims. It has been shown in studies that women who wear hijab are more likely to get socially discriminated than those who don't. A student diplomat from our panel has shared a personal experience of an acquaintance. A Chinese Muslim was bullied in school due to cultural differences. In school, he was forced to listen to talks about materialism, which is the belief that nothing exists except matter, meaning that there is no God. He was also forced to speak Mandarin Chinese instead of Uyghur, a language spoken by an ethnic minority in China. Their beliefs are mostly Muslim. The reason why Muslims are discriminated against is because of the belief that Muslims have an extreme level of belief and because of the mainstream media reports that focus on the negative cultural differences. We can solve this problem by creating and becoming the student teachers in education programs regarding the religious prejudice. Next, this is something that would apply to all discrimination, but the government can also implement anti-discrimination policies throughout society. The last and third point is about refugees. Oftentimes, refugees are met with hostility. Some examples of these cases are the 2018 Jeju Yemen refugee crisis and the UK refusing to take in Ukrainian war refugees in 2022. So for the solution, voluntary repatriation and donating to related NGOs are something we can do. Supporting refugee agencies to help manage the refugee services are also part of what we can do. That is all for ethnic minority. Thank you for listening. We'll move on to medical minorities. Next speaker on Zoom, please turn on your mic.
Yes.
The second after that will discuss medical minority. Rare diseases can be include a medical minority. The reason some diseases have a very low survival rate is because they are difficult to diagnose, difficult to treat adequately and effectively, and difficult to cure as readily as some diseases. Most people in society are
Next, I'd like to talk about the state of the rights of LGBT individuals around the world. So first, what do I mean when I say LGBT? So obviously it's an acronym and it stands for lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender. But in general, it's an umbrella term referring to individuals who do not conform to heterosexual gender norms. And these people are discriminated against around the world in these three common forms. First, there is the legal prohibition of all forms of non-heterosexual marriage. For example, right here in Korea, marriage is defined as the union of a man and a woman, and no other combination is recognized as a legal form of marriage, which infringes upon the rights of LGBT individuals to partake in marriage, which is supposedly the most holy and most important form of union between two individuals that's supposed to last for a lifetime. Next, there is lynching and other forms of physical violence, specifically targeting LGBT individuals. And lastly, there are hateful sentiments being expressed in the form of microaggressions, which is to say, comments that are not directly discriminatory or indicative of hate, but nonetheless tend to cause uncomfortable feelings or feelings of being targeted among minority groups. Now, what are the causes of these forms of discrimination? The most obvious one, perhaps, is the existence of religious beliefs which contain anti-LGBT doctrines. And this allows hate and discrimination to be condoned in the name of religious freedom. And this presents to us a tricky dilemma. Which fundamental value do we prioritize? Religious freedom or the pursuit of happiness? And although we do not pretend to have a definitive response to this, we must nonetheless continue to have conversations and at times arguments regarding this so that we may all stay aware of the existence of these problems and we may have well-informed answers when the time comes. And then there is a lack of proper and or positive representation of LGBT individuals in popular culture. There is a long history of LGBT characters being exploited in the form of stereotypes. For example, there is the stock feminine gay male character being used as comedic relief in movies, TV shows, etc. And these forms of stereotypes hinders the acceptance of LGBT individuals in society in real life as well. So their wrongful representation doesn't just end in works of fiction, it extends into the real world and therefore requires careful consideration and critical judgment. And we are the ones who need to do that as viewers and consumers of popular culture. Now, what are some possible courses of action that we, as members of the youth, as teenagers, can take? One example is to submit petitions for inclusive policies at school, which is where we spend most of our time. For example, we could push for the construction of LGBT-friendly facilities, such as gender-neutral bathrooms and lockers where people who do not identify as male or female can be safe. And we could also just push for increased acknowledgement of LGBT identity in general. Next, there is the option to produce content for distribution on social media, which is a platform that us as teenagers, Gen Z, so-called, are more familiar with than other generations. And some forms of content that we could produce includes skits and other forms of fiction that involves proper and positive, not stereotypical, representation of LGBT characters. We could also produce informative content, specifically covering the history of anti-LGBT discrimination, to raise awareness about the degree to which LGBT individuals have been oppressed in various societies. And lastly, we could host a series of talks involving gender theorists and activists to hear their opinions on the state of LGBT rights across the world and what we are to do to tackle those issues at hand. Now I'd like to let our final presenter speak about education discrimination. Please turn on your mic.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
The discrimination in the solution to this is to target the groups that have previously lacked the opportunity to take part in education exploration. And something else to consider is that education discrimination can appear when hiring people. It's like some job qualifications require you have bachelor degree. And this means that the company won't hire people whose education level is under bachelor. And this is a kind of discrimination. And degree doesn't always recruit a person's ability. We shouldn't judge others through education level alone. Thus, our action plan is that, firstly, every government should have laws to prevent this, and everyone should obey. And they should also give instructions to each school and strictly forbidding the school to do anything that damages the rights and interests of students. And they should also help out children who must remain at home as workers. And secondly, each of us should embrace differences and protect ourselves and others from this. So that's all.
Thank you for listening to our presentation. And that is all, I think. Yes, that is all. Thank you.
Hearing their presentation was such a precious experience for us. Please put your hands together for panel 4.
그들의 발표를 듣는 건 매우 소중한 경험이 될 것 같습니다. 패널사에게 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Now we will continue the online cultural exchange session.
이제 온라인 문화교류 세션으로 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다.
Hello again. The second topic is about art and culture performance.
두 번째 분야는 공연 문화 예술에 관한 것입니다.
It's a topic we were really looking forward to learning more about. Well then, let's take a look at videos from Guilin and San Diego.
이 주제는 저희가 정말 기대했던 주제인데요. 그럼 이제 중국의 구일인과 미국의 샌디에고 영상을 시청해 보겠습니다.
If everybody had an ocean across the USA, then everybody'd be served like California. You'd see them wearing their baggies, Warachi sandals too, a bushy blonde hair, surfing USA. You'll catch them surfing at Ventura County line. Soon. teacher, we're surfing USA.
Welcome to Ottawa. We're Team Canada.
I live in Mongolia. Mongolia is located in Central Asia with a great history of 22-31 years and rich culture rooted in the nomadic peoples. Now I'm going to give you information about the Mongolian traditional costume, del. The del has came from the 2nd century BC. In the past, Mongolians used to wear dels every day depending on the 4 seasons of the year. But now del has become ceremonial clothes worn only on holidays. And since 2000, we have combined the ordinary del with modern design to make it more elegant. The del is really comfortable and easy to wear, so I love it so much. I hope you all a little information about the Mongolian traditional costume. Thank you for paying attention.
Hello, my name is Tuktu. I'm from Mongolia. I'm gonna play Mongolian national anthem.
Hello, my name is Nikchen. I am participating in the forum from Mongolia. I'm gonna read the poem that Mongolian Natural Land.
High stately mountains, Hintei, Hangai, and Sayong, forests and thick wooded ridges, the beauty of the north. The great Gulf desert, the spaces of Menon, Sharak, and Neman, and the oceans of sand deserts that dominate the south. This is my native land, the lovely country, my Mongolia.
We're sorry for the slight inconvenience just now due to technical problems. How were the videos and the presentation? I could see how beautiful the scenery was in Guilin and San Diego from the submitted videos. Do you see the marine environment in them? The elephant trunk hill at Guilin looked like it came straight out of a fantasy painting. And the look out to the sea from San Diego was drop dead gorgeous.
구이린과 샌디에고에서 경치는 정말 아름다웠습니다. 여러분들도 영상에 나온 바다를 보셨나요? 구이린의 더 엘리펀트 트렁크 힐은 마치 판타지 그림에서 바로 나온 것처럼 보였고 샌디에고에서 바라본 바다의 모습은 정말 아름다웠습니다.
Let's go ahead and watch the next set of videos introducing each of their own cities, Ottawa, Shizuoka, Seoul, and Hangzhou.
이제 오타와, 시즈오카, 셀렌게를 만나러 가보겠습니다. 영상 보러 가시죠.
Welcome to Ottawa. We're Team Canada, and today we're going to be bringing you into Canadian culture a bit through art and art history. Indigenous art dates all the way back to the prehistoric era. Art was expressed in many cool forms during this time period, including engravings in rocks known as petroglyphs, which had primary elements of human figures and animals. There are also a lot of interesting bone carvings from this period of art that were created by the Marpol civilization on the southern coast of British Columbia. We first saw Indigenous art during the 19th century when it began to receive more attention as a result of European explorers' arrival in Canada and their documentation of the art. This period saw a wide variety of artistic styles, such as prairie art, which was the practice of painting on animal leather and was used for both clothing and architecture. We first encountered contemporary Indigenous art between 1945 and the present. During this time, there are two primary schools of thought. The Northwest Coast, which primarily focuses on traditional art with a contemporary twist through sculptures, jewelry, etc. Additionally, there are also the Woodlands, well known for works of their spiritual and mythological art. Indigenous people today maintain their culture visible to the world through contemporary art pieces, incorporating numerous popular and Western aspects. Today, many of them also serve as symbols of the social and political challenges that affect Indigenous identity.
While there are many prominent Indigenous artists in Canada, Narval Marisol is often considered to be the grandfather of contemporary Indigenous art because he founded the Woodland School of Art. Narval's pieces are easily identified by their bright colors, and they often portray traditional stories, spiritual themes, or political messages. One of Narval's most well-known pieces is called Mansion Yugenta Thunderbird, and it was painted in 1977. This work consists of 6 panels that work together as a spiritual self-portrait. It shows his ever-changing vision of spirituality and growth as an artist, but most importantly, his transformation into the Copper Thunderbird. This is the spirit name he received at his ceremony and the signature he uses on all of his works of art. So looking at the 6 panels, we see that the first one depicts the beginning of his transformation, and he looks more or less like a man. But by the last panel, he has fully transformed into the Copper Thunderbird. This is even suggested by the background because its color becomes increasingly copper and the design becomes more detailed and abstract as the panels progress. Mansion Yugenta Thunderbird is an excellent example of contemporary Indigenous art from the Woodland School. This is especially considering the imagery is based on spirituality and Narval's Indigenous backgrounds.
Began to influence Canadian art at an early age. There was a great wave of immigration in the 19th century, which had a deep effect on Canadian art. Some of the most well-known pieces of Canadian art produced by immigrant artists include Buffalo at Sunset by Paul Kane and Citrus Log House by Cornelius Krieghoff.
However, the evolution of Canadian art went far beyond that. The group of 7 who produced impressionist works in the 1920s and 30s were the most renowned practitioners of the broader genre. The group, consisting of 7 original members and 3 artists who joined after, started the first Canadian national art movement. They advocated for Canada's very own artistic identity, a distinct art style derived from natural assets. Although they were not officially recognized, Emily Carr and Tom Thompson were often closely associated with the group due to their significant impact on the assembly and their devotion to Canadian landscape painting. The group was dismissed in 1933, but their influence on Canadian art remains present, fostering various artistic forms, from figurative to abstract. Some of their most famous works include Red Maple by A.Y. Jackson, The Muskoka Road by Franklin Carmichael, The Jack Pine by Tom Thompson, and Odds and Ends by Emily Carr.
Furthermore, the gloomy and the doomy deceptions of Canadian life painted by Alex Colville, the eerie landscape of Christopher Pratt, and the photorealistic portraits of animal and their habitats by Robert Bateman are some of the other influential artworks that brought up trends and shaped Canada's artistry. Michael Snow, as one of the many other founders of modern and conceptual art, is well known on a global scale for his work in sculpture, video, and photography. Through his work, he explores conceptual ideas and pushes the capabilities of cameras, inspiring many artists around him. Body art, environment art, correspondence art, collage, performance art, and installation art are just few of the various art forms that have been prevalent in Canadian history. Together, they make up the free and diversified creative environment with endless possibilities.
Canada has been known as a cultural mosaic for decades because of our mix of ethnic groups and cultures. This can also be seen in our art history. From indigenous art heavily influenced from Western European countries to influence from the thousands of immigrants from all over the world, Canada itself is a cultural mosaic. Depending on where you travel to in Canada, you'll find different main influences on things like art and culture. For example, in Quebec, you'll find the very heavy impact that French has had on Quebec art tradition. When you look back and start to see an influence of paintings similar to what we see today, that's when you can start to see the heavy inspiration from European countries. Despite the influence of in the mid-19th century, art focused mainly on Canadian landscapes and this idea of an ideal life in Canada. One example of these is painter Cornelius Krieghoff, a Dutch painter who eventually made his way to Canada and painted over 2,000 landscapes, showing mainly French-Canadian life. Another example is Paul Kane, who made various art pieces depicting Indigenous life in Canada. Many famous visual art groups have stemmed from Canada, specifically Quebec, like the Group of Seven, the Automatis, and Painters 11. You all focused on making a name for Canadian art and nationalism beyond the heavy influence of American and European art.
Hello, my name is Chihiro. I'll introduce my school. Mount Fuji is a symbol of Japan. We can see it every day. However, it often looks different. For example, Mount Fuji with a blue sky and white clouds in summer. Mount Fuji when it is covered with snow. Also, we can see the climbing rates of people Mount Fuji. In Japan, it is not rare to be able to see Mount Fuji, but I think the view from our school is the best. Because our school is near the mountain, so we can see from the top of the mountain to the bottom. Whether we are sad or happy, Mount Fuji is watching us all the time. Thank you for listening. See you.
Hello, my name is Haruka Kaike. I'm introduce my school. Seiryo is private school. Seiryo High School has many students. We school building is very big and beautiful. I like this school building very much. We can concentration to study. We have a sports festival and culture festival in June. These events are called Seiryo Festival. We enjoy to see class performance and stage performance. Seiryo Sports Festival is enjoyed to sports. For example, run relay, long jump. I like it very much. Thank you for listening. See you.
Hello, I'm Keisuke Kawaguchi. I'm introduce my school life. Seiryo is a large place where we can study hard and enjoy our school life. This large and beautiful school building was built only about 50 years ago. There are more than 1,000 middle and high school students enrolled here. The students of this school have enough space to do various activities. Every day, many students challenge themselves in their studies and other activities here. Thank you for listening. See you.
Hello, my name is Kota. We will introduce our towns. We live in Fuji and Fujinomiya City. There is a mountain which is called Mount Fuji in Fujinomiya City. Mount Fuji is the tallest mountain in Japan. And Mount Fuji is a very beautiful mountain. A lot of artists use this mountain for their work. We are proud of Mount Fuji. Fuji City is known for making paper. There are many factories that make paper in Fuji City. Fuji Station is an important train station. This is because if you want to go to Shizuoka City, which is the most developed city in our country, we must go through Fuji Station. Thank you for listening.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sasanga. I live in Mongolia. Mongolia is located in Central Asia with a great history of 22-31 years and rich culture rooted in the nomadic peoples. Now I'm going to give you information about the Mongolian traditional costume, del. The del has came from the 2nd century BC. In the past, Mongolians used to wear dels every day depending on the 4 seasons of the year. But now that has become ceremonial clothes worn only on holidays. And since 2000, we have combined the ordinary del with modern design to make it more elegant. The del is really comfortable and easy to wear, so I love it so much. I hope you all a little information about the Mongolian traditional costume. Thank you for paying attention.
Hello, my name is Tutu. I'm from Mongolia. I'm gonna play Mongolian national anthem.
Hello, my name is Nikchun. I am participating in the forum from Mongolia. I'm gonna read the poem that Mongolian Natural Land.
High stately mountains, Hintei, Hangei, and Sayong, forests and thick wood ridges, the beauty of the north. The great Gulf desert, the spaces of Menon, Sharak, and Neman, and the oceans of sand deserts that dominate the south. This is my native land, the lovely country, my Mongolia.
Hello everyone, I'm Su Lanrong from Hangzhou Number 2 Senior High School of Zhejiang Province. It is my pleasure to introduce Hangzhou to you. Hangzhou is the capital of Zhejiang Province. It is one of the 7 ancient capital cities in China and is to be the capital of the Southern Song Dynasty. It has beautiful scenery and many places of interest. Marco Polo, the famous traveler in the 13th century, admired Hangzhou for its equestrianness and described it as the city of heaven, the most beautiful and magnificent in the world. In July 2019, archaeological ruins of Liangzhu City in Hangzhou was included in a World Heritage List, which traced China's history to late Neolithic period about 5,000 years ago. As China's innovation technology center, Hangzhou has long been in the global spotlight. As one of the top tourist cities in China, Hangzhou attracts visitors not only for the poetic delights of its vast lake, Longjing tea, and silk, but also for its rapid development in digital economy and technological innovations. As the birthplace of China's e-commerce, the first city to propose the smart city plan and the first cashless city in China, Hangzhou has taken the lead in China's digital economy. The city is now home to many world-famous high-tech enterprises such as e-commerce, giant, Alibaba, and Ant Financial. Hangzhou is the host city of the 19th Asian Games. Next year, there will be a great sports feast here. I'm waiting for you all here. Welcome to Hangzhou.
This time we took a look at videos that covered a variety of different cultures. I, for one, really want to see the excellent view of Mount Fuji and the indigenous artwork from Canada. Trying on the deal would be an interesting experience to have when I visit Mongolia, and I'm sure that we can definitely all agree and see why Hangzhou is called the City of Heaven now.
다양한 문화를 다룬 영상 잘 봤습니다. 후지산의 아름다운 경치와 오타와의 미술 작품은 꼭 한번 보고 싶습니다. 그리고 셀렌게 전통복 대회를 입어보면 셀렌게에서 정말 흥미로운 경험이 될 것 같아요.
We shall now proceed to watch videos submitted from Jamusi, Karatsu, and Hawaii.
다음으로 지아무시, 카라츠, 그리고 하와이에서 온 영상을 시청하겠습니다.
When it comes to fashion, Jiamusi has something special. Unlike the big cities, which are full of pop, it's a slow-paced city, peaceful and beautiful. Waiting quietly in the ancient east pole of China. Its fashion lies in its beautiful scenery and unique culture. Now let's walk into Jiamusi and feel its charm. What you see now is Jiamusi in winter. So beautiful rhyme. It also has beautiful wetlands and is full of life. It has large forests that are unique for different seasons. It also has large areas of paddy fields that produce rice that is known throughout the country. The Hezhe nationality is an ancient nation. Fish skin painting is the crystallization of their wisdom. The subjects of fish skin paintings are varied. Beautiful birds, tiger. It also developed a culture of ice and snow sports. Wu Dajing, a short track speed skater from Jiamusi, is a myth in sports circles. So that's all.
About 400 years of history, everyone loves Karatsu Kunchi. Karatsu Kunchi is held as an autumn festival every year on November 2nd, 3rd, and 4th at Karatsu Shrine, and is the largest event in Karatsu. It is a festival of thanksgiving for the harvest, and 14 floats go around the town while playing the music of each town. The song 赤獅子青獅子浦島太郎義経大山宝丸飛龍銀獅子武田上杉来光玉取シャチ七宝丸 can be sung by any child in Karatsu. In this way, Karatsu Kunchi, which is so deeply rooted in Karatsu, was designated as an important intangible folk cultural property of Japan in 1980. And in 2008, the Yama, Hoko, Yatai event, including the Hikiyama event of Karatsu Kunchi, was registered as a UNESCO intangible cultural property. In particular, the fruits called Yoriyama are illuminated and very beautiful. So please come and see the festival someday.
Second! The shape of a train from above, watching over town, Karatsu Castle. Next, we will introduce Karatsu Castle. Let's go! Karatsu Castle was built over a period of 7 years by the vassal of the famous general Toyotomi Hideyoshi. The castle has a castle tower, castle gate, and stone walls. Inside the castle, famous swords collected after Hideyoshi's death, historical materials on Karatsu, and Karatsu pottery are on display. Visitors who go up to the top 5 floors can enjoy a panoramic view of the entire castle. It is an unusual castle facing the sea and is also called Train Castle because it looks like a train when seen from above. Around the castle, about 1 million pine trees have been planted as a windbreak. It is famous as the Rainbow Pine Grove. Our own Karatsu Higashi High School. It was founded 123 years ago this year. Please enjoy the above. And here is the high school we attend. This year marks the 123rd anniversary of its founding. The main gate of the high school is an old main gate that has been there since the school opened 1871. What makes this high school unique is that it is located on the line of 130 degrees east longitude. The 130-degree line is painted on the school and has become a symbol of the school. Karatsu is full of nature, history, and warmth of people. We love Karatsu for its nature, surrounded by sea and mountains.
At Pahu High School, we enjoy building pride and spirit activities for our students and the community. Our football homecoming brings our students together at a school-wide cheer competition called Arthur's Awards. Service projects are also very important to teach our students about giving back to others. We started the school year with our annual campus beautification project. Over 300 students and their advisors spent a day cleaning, scrubbing, and painting the school to help us welcome our parents at our open house event. This month, we had a special awareness event on breast cancer research, anti-bullying, and domestic violence. For November, we will have an e-waste disposal and recycling day, blood donation drive, and an anti-smoking event called the Great American Smokeout. We do not forget the needy and will be collecting donations of food and money for pets and people at our holiday food drive.
Come and see it.
There were lots of entrancing contents in the videos, and I'm sure you all enjoyed the artworks from Jiamuzi. The Karatsu Kunchi is unquestionably a place I would like to be in autumn. As for Waipahu High School, I really liked how they worked on raising awareness on many different topics in such a student-engaged way.
이번 영상들에는 다양한 내용이 많았는데요. 지하무시로부터 유래된 예술 작품이 흥미로웠습니다. 그리고 카라츠쿤치는 가을에 꼭 가보고 싶은 명소입니다. 와이파우 고등학교는 학생들이 다양한 주제에 대한 인식을 높이기 위해 학생이 직접 참여하는 방식이 정말 마음에 들었습니다.
Before we move on to the panel discussion presentations again, we will have another 5-minute break.
패널 토론 발표로 다시 돌아가기 전에 5분 쉬는 시간을 가지도록 하겠습니다.
How was the panel discussion so far? It was very thought-provoking for us. Now, we will see the last panels. Panels 6, 8, 9 are going to present from 4:30 to 5. What will they show us through their presentation? Panel 6 have prepared the causes and solutions of air pollution and carbon neutrality.
패널 토론은 어땠나요? 저희에겐 여러 주제에 대해 깊이 생각해볼 기회였습니다. 이제 마지막 패널들을 볼 시간입니다. 패널 6, 패널 8, 패널 9는 4시 30분부터 5시까지 발표하겠습니다. 그들은 저희에게 어떤 발표를 보여줄 수 있을까요? 패널 6은 공기오염과 탄소 중립성의 원인과 해결책에 대해 발표합니다.
Today we will speak about youth taking action for a better world.
We are discussing about topic 3.
action plan for controlling air pollution and achieving carbon neutrality from COVID-19.
So our team has 5 members: Council, Ling, Irina, Dawahe, and Xintong Wang. Now let's jump into the first part of our presentation. It is about the 3 causes of air pollution. The first one is mass cremation. So the smoke coming from mass cremations releases tons of harmful chemicals such as sulfur dioxide, and as a consequence, the air quality is significantly worsened.
The second one is deforestation. This phenomenon is becoming large scale, and the rate of its growth is becoming dangerous. It is already dangerous. The disappearance of green space contributes to a decrease in the amount of oxygen in the atmosphere, which adversely affects it.
Number 3 is global warming. Due to warming, the Arctic ice disappears, which affects the airflow in Northeast Asia, aggravates the air pollution, and cause of the fine dust. Air pollution treats the creature. It means the poor diversity. It leads to biodiversity, decrease the mutant species occur, and that's going to keep the COVID-19.
Now, the next part is about 3 solutions that we have come up. So the first solution is waste management. So I think that we should carefully process the waste to remove toxic chemicals before dumping it into the environment.
The next one is saving forests. Government should promote planting trees, saving forests, creating nature resource, and organizing of environment campaigns.
The last one, emission trading system. The government needs to improve the emission trading system in the direction of expanding incentives for various greenhouse gas reduction activities by companies. Yes, thank you for listening to our presentation.
Okay. Team 1. Yeah, team 1 of panel 6. We're gonna talk about 3 causes and 3 solutions for air pollution of our cities. And the first cause, I think, is increasing of disposable wastes and medical wastes. Disposable wastes have increased as more people order delivery food due to social distancing measures. And medical wastes have also increased with the use of masks, protective clothes, and diagnostic kits. Dioxin and carbon dioxide and heavy metals are emitted in the process of incinerating wastes.
I'm going to introduce cause 2 in Suzhou, China. During the worst of the pandemic, people had to occupy their homes without permission to go outside. This was referred to as lockdowns. The longest time I remember that I experienced lockdowns was up to 1 month, that I couldn't go anywhere but just stayed at home. Lockdowns increased the use of air conditioners, especially when it is very cold or hot in winter and summer. The increased usage of air conditioners has strongly contributed to increased carbon emissions, as air conditioners contain HFCs, which are potent greenhouse gases that absorb heat several thousand times more than particles found naturally in the atmosphere.
If we will discuss about the third one, about household and transport energy, about a household, we need to clean, to cook, to heating our house in the cold period, and of course we use natural gas. But unfortunately, in our time, we use this in excess, and this is very bad. But about transport is also based on fossil energy, like cars and buses.
Next part is about solution. The first solution, I think, is in some cases, furniture and bricks were made from mass waste, and disinfectants were first recycled, so carbon emissions could be nearly halved. And in the case of plastic, as many companies already do, they are recycled as fabric for clothes, backpacks, and bags.
Second solution is increasing use of what can be reused. By using personal bags made of decent materials such as cloth, not more throwing away plastic bags. Always carry personal bags instead of throwing away plastic bags.
Provide international cases to clean, affordable foods and technologies for cooking healthy. If pigs and pigs become 22% of all trips, transport trips in all cities worldwide, greenhouse gas emission and energy use world by 47% reduced by 2050. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. Team 2, please.
Hi guys, we are going to introduce two causes and solution of the pollution.
The first one is coal burning. It is the main cause of air pollution in China, and air pollution is mainly concentrated in cities. The trend of automobile exhaust pollution in big cities is getting worse now. And how to solve the air pollution? I think it's to burn the sulfur coal. It can reduce the emission of sulfur dioxide, which will greatly help air pollution and the formation of acid rain, thus reducing the harm of burning coal to the air.
Second was the transport. This air pollution comes mainly from car and other metal version, but also oil and metal irrigation, electric, garden, light and food instantly. It's different in the rest of the respiratory system, but bacterially and severe infection. The solution is avoid using car and walk or drive bicycles.
Thank you for listening our presentation.
Thank you. And now Team 4, please.
Okay, so today we're going to talk about achieving carbon neutrality, and we've asked students from all over the world about what their country are doing to achieve carbon neutrality and reduce air pollution.
Cause one. Due to COVID-19, disposable products thrown away around the world have doubled. To dispose of this waste, a lot of carbon was generated and air pollution was generated. Solution 1. We should use tumblers instead of plastic cups, or recyclable products instead of disposable products.
For the second causes, we have firecrackers. Firecrackers that are used during festivals that leads to a layer of smoke, which is harmful. For the solutions, we should reduce the amount of firecrackers released or avoid using it.
A lot of carbon is generated to produce electricity.
So we remove unused outlets or reduce unnecessary electricity use. It should also use eco-friendly energy to reduce carbon generated during the electricity production process. So we had a discussion on the subject of controlling air pollution and keeping carbon neutrality to make the world a better place, which was really impressive and made us think about what to do in the future. Thank you.
We really appreciate Panel 6, which has devoted their priceless time and effort to make the wonderful presentation. Please give Panel 6 a big round of applause.
이 뜻깊은 발표를 위해 소중한 시간과 노력을 쏟아부었을 패널 6에게 매우 감사드립니다. 고생한 패널 6을 위한 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
It's time for Panel 8. Panel 8 will talk about how to build sustainable peace through social media and education. Please finish your presentation within 10 minutes. We are getting closer to the final stage.
이제 패널 8의 발표 시간입니다. 패널 8은 소셜미디어와 교육을 활용한 지속가능한 평화 구축에 대해 발표합니다. 발표 시간은 10분을 지켜주시면 감사하겠습니다. 마지막이 다가오고 있네요.
All right. Following the announcement of the declaration of participation, I would like to say hello again. I'm Yejun Kim of Panel 8, and I'm going to start the presentation with the theme of Action Plan for Enhanced Youth Engagement to Promote a Sustainable Peace Building. The table of contents for this presentation is as follows. First of all, we will talk about the definition of social media and its advantages and disadvantages. Then social media for the purpose of communicating information. And finally, we will conclude about encouraging young people to participate in peace building activities through public education. This is the first thing I want to say. What is social media? Our goal is to encourage young people to participate in peace-building activities through social media. Therefore, we must fully understand social media. If you understand the characteristics of youth and understand about the characteristics of social media, it's not that difficult to achieve the goal of encouraging young people to participate in peace-building activities. I brought up something that comes to mind when we think of social media. It's a familiar icon, right? What comes to mind when you think of social media? I'm sure you are thinking about a lot of things, but the core of the topic is social media's ability to communicate and share information quickly. The dictionary meaning of SNS is like this. Social networking services refer to sites and programs that rely on the internet to facilitate the communication between users and the exchange of information between them through computers or mobile phones. Well, people on social media can meet and talk to each other as much as they want, even if it's not a special relationship. Because of these characteristics of social media, the speed of information distribution within social media is unimaginable. Yeah, this is it, a challenge. It's a phenomenon which many people imitate certain behaviors in social medias. This is the unique culture of social media that best demonstrates these characteristics. And the typical one is the ice bucket challenge. Does anyone know how the ice bucket challenge started? Please raise your hands if you have any. No more? All right. The ice bucket challenge is a less well-known challenge despite its highest recognition. The ice bucket challenge has been started for patients with Lou Gehrig's disease. Is to understand the pain of patients with Lou Gehrig's disease by pouring ice water into their bodies. After the challenge was over, the challenges continued in such a way that $100 donated to patients with disease and the 3 people who continued to challenge themselves. Since its inception in 2012, the challenge has so far raised $2,020 million in donations. Social media is where you can make a big miracle with one small movement. Because of these characteristics of social media, the advantages and disadvantages are clear, and we have to be very careful when using it. I'll stop here. The remaining panel members will present the following topics. It was an honor for me to start the presentation. Thank you.
I will share the pros and cons of using social media that I thought of. First, as advantage, when you click on one post on social media, other additional information pops up quickly and easily. This makes it easy to understand the details of what you're interested in. In addition, this can make it easier to increase interest in finding information related to peace building, improving accessibility on information about sustainable peace building. And as a disadvantage, it is difficult to deal with cases where someone plasters negative comments or serious non-recommendations are posted on social media. There was cases in which more than 1,000 posts related to various crimes on public institution sites. So, before using social media to promote peace building, we should prepare the measures for this situation.
With the rapid development of information network, social network is widely used in our life. As we all know, the role of social network is very extensive. It is usually divided into 2 parts, disadvantages and advantages. Therefore, I would like to discuss my views on social network from these 2 aspects. Despite the widespread use of social media in our daily lives, its disadvantages have a huge impact on our daily life. Being exposed to personal information is one of the biggest risks. Personal information is usually attracted by professional hackers and leaked by some websites that need to fill in personal information. So, it is very important to protect our personal information. Another significant downside of social media is that it's easy to get down in the dumps because some netizens publish some incorrect negative remarks or make some inappropriate actions on the social network. It is easy for people to have negative emotions. Some people will also make some false news to confuse the public in order to get attention. It is essential for us to learn to discriminate between internet languages and behavior. Social media has its benefits as well as its drawbacks. For example, it becomes more convenient to communicate with others, and video calls can shorten the distance and make friends more easily. Social media provides certain convenience for our study and work. It shortens our working time and improves our working efficiency.
Firstly, I will talk about the definition of social media people use. Social media is a tool and platform that people use to share opinions, insights, experiences, and perspectives with each other. Popular social media includes podcasts, vlog, Gap, MeWe, Facebook, Instagram, WeChat, Poof, Twitter, online forums, Snapchat, and so on. Then I will discuss how people use social media. Different kinds of social media operate in different ways, where people can socialize with friends and post pictures, videos, recordings, and so on. The information it spreads has become an important content for people to browse the internet, creating one hot topic after another in people's social life. The bottom I show some logos of social media: YouTube, WeChat, and Weibo. There are many people who use social media, and social media in today's society. The positive impact of social media include everyone communicate information and communicate with each other easily. Taking social media marketing as an example, using social media to share ideas and companies use the spreading power of social media to encourage consumers. Social media tends to have a positive impact on most children and young adults, but anyone can be a perpetrator. For example, you may be the target of cyberbullying, pedophile fraud, and sexting. What becomes possible with the spread of social media? Benefits of the spread of social media: to improve serviceability, to solve a human resource shortage. Sharing information through social media allows us to improve serviceability. The quality of service will improve dramatically. For example, product development companies can manufacture products that consumers want, and this also allows us to live more comfortable. Sharing information through social media allows us to solve a human resource shortage. Use social media to share jobs and secure human resources. The widespread use of the internet may also enable telecommuting and help achieve work-life balance. The spread of social media makes it possible for us to live better lives.
Me and Jackie thought of the action for enhancing youth engagement to promote sustainable peace building as public education, and we were going to talk that divided into that governments of weaker countries push into local culture output by running free language and cultural institutions and using education curriculum nationwide.
And when it comes to public education part,
I suggest that governments of weaker countries push into local cultural output by running free language and cultural institutions to improve the mutual understanding of all ethnic groups more effectively. There are several precedents to which we can refer. For instance, in November 2004, China started to run the Confucius Institute in Seoul, South Korea. Similarly, South Korea has long been paying attention to promote diversified derivatives of Korean cultural products and get a kickoff with the Sejong Institute. Both institutes serve as means to disseminate ancient Asian culture and provide language education. We can imitate these output models of the governments in terms of curriculum, design, and teaching methods. Nevertheless, the status quo is that non-profit institutions are no longer gaining ground as time goes by. With fewer teenagers paying attention to it, these institutes are closing down in several countries. Also, it will cause certain pressure on domestic taxation, which is not so friendly to countries suffering from economic recession in the post-academic era. So we suggest that governments or welfare institutions establish an internet-based operating model combining actual offline teaching with online courses, and we teenagers are supposed to cultivate interests in our cultures and respect for multiculturalism.
The above data are a survey conducted by the Korea Youth Policy Institution in 2019. In summary, it was found that the participation rates of Korean adolescents in social and cultural activities during free time use was strictly low. In other words, Korean teenagers do not participate in activities such as seeking ways to promote sustainable peace. So the way I thought about it is to incorporating activities dealing with social and international issues into the regular curriculum, such as measures to promote continuous peace building. If this is realized, students who are not interested in these activities will think about it at least once, and we can expect to get more ideas and perspectives that we do now. In addition, through more systematic and regular activities, there may be opportunities to practice the measures we have thought of, or we can combine the measures we have come up with in each country to make changes. We attended these meetings together and talked about various topics. I hope you remember that the future is what we as teenagers make, and it was my pleasure to talk to you guys. Thank you for listening.
It was such a marvelous presentation. Please give panel I8 a burst of applause.
패널 8의 정말 멋진 발표였습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
And last but not least, panel 9 will give a presentation. I can't believe it's time for the final presentation. Panel 9 will talk about immigrant, race, economically underprivileged, and gender equality. Remember to finish your presentation within 10 minutes. Please give a warm welcome to our last group, panel 9.
마지막으로 패널 9의 발표입니다. 벌써 마지막 발표라는 것이 믿기지 않네요. 패널 9는 이주자, 인종, 경제적 약자, 성평등에 대해 발표합니다. 발표 시간은 10분을 맞춰주시면 감사하겠습니다. 모두 열정적인 박수로 맞이해 주세요.
Welcome to our presentation. We are Moldova, there are a variety of immigrants of different nationalities. In order to live in my city and in Moldova, an immigrant needs a travel document that is recognized by the local authorities. Also, the immigrants receive the same set of personal assistance that the citizens of Slovenia and Moldova have.
In the Republic of Korea, there are immigrants from many countries. Among them, the immigrants we focus on are settlement, which refers to the people who came from North Korea to South Korea. They leave North Korea and move to another countries, and then they come to South Korea. This is the general process. When they come to South Korea, they are considered as the people in the South Korea according to the constitution.
What creates the gap between natives and immigrants? Some of the problems encountered by the immigrants in my city are the language barrier, the cultural shock, and the discrimination and xenophobia.
In the Republic of Korea, despite the existence of laws, settlement encounters several problems. First, they have lower income than the other people because of their limited jobs, and they are discriminated due to their tone and prejudice. Third, laws that about protecting them don't work properly.
How to reduce the gap? As a society, we can introduce the immigrants to our culture by carrying out information campaigns, giving free lessons of competency tests for those who want to learn to speak fluently and effectively, and by trying to make the youth understand the importance of respecting everyone.
We can also reduce the gap by not using the words implicating discriminative meanings and holding festivals sharing their culture more often to get a chance to understand the difference between nations. Next, we're going to talk about the race.
I'm gonna need to go back to the previous slide, please. From where I come from, it's usually the ethnic minority groups that are being harassed and looked down on, mainly because of the stereotypes and the belief that they are illiterate. For living in mountainous place, the prejudice among these skin tones also poses a challenge in workplace areas as people of color might have a lower chance to find a stable job, as well as the threat of lower income when compared to others. Disapproval of Western culture and festivals like Halloween and Christmas in our country mainly stems from generational trauma back in wartime, and therefore it has limited foreign trends from being imported to our own culture.
And in Karatsu, the beef bowl chain Yoshinoya refuses to allow students to participate in an information session because they are foreign nationals. And it's one of the racism that happened in Karatsu. And they are called yellow monkeys, especially in US, and they are harassed and showing that they are being racially discriminated against. And people from East often think the white are all Americans, and people from the West also often misunderstand the people in the East. And as COVID-19 broke up, the Westerners' sentiment towards the Asians has intensified it. So in the consequence, the number of the hate crimes against Asians has risen.
Next speaker, please talk.
The next speaker, please turn on the mic.
Right now we're going to talk about the solutions to these issues faced by people of color. So first we have to separate the fact to widen on our point of view. So we have to educate ourselves to not be racist and not to mistreat people based on their skin colors. And also we have to learn to recognize microaggression and in order to uh, avoid it happening in real life. And also, we have to show our parents and our respectfulness to people of color and people who are discriminated by their race in order to help eliminate this problem and make this world a better place. Next one. Now we're going to talk, and now we're going to pass it on to the economic underprivileged.
In Japan's case, the number of children who are suffering from poverty has been increasing. That is because the number of people who divorce has been increasing too. There are some solutions. One of them is a volunteer activity called Children Watchmen. This activity is that some adults have food to children for free. Children whose parents divorce usually have meals alone. Therefore, volunteers do that and they eat together. However, this activity has some problems. First, a budget is few. Second, there were few ways of informing children of that. Last, we have to support our parents. That's why we must prepare welfare.
In Korea case, the number of for elderly people is increasing. The reason for the problem is that there are no jobs for elderly. There are three workarounds. One, create more jobs for the elderly. Two, extend the retirement age. Three, provide a living allowance. From the three workarounds, we can see that welfare policies for the elderly need to be in place. The next one is gender equality.
Next speaker, please talk and please turn on your mic.
Well, in China, enterprises are more likely to choose male applicants than female ones. This is mainly because women themselves have taken more responsibility in family life, as well as the law clearly stipulates that labor is reduced and wages remain unchanged, resulting in an increase in the cost of employment for enterprises. The measure is that governments need to increase the distribution of the workplace winning funds, then sending money to the enterprises in order to reduce the pressure on them. Thank you.
Next speaker, please speak. Yes.
In China, women are still oppressed in all aspects. In modern China, there are still no female leaders of government, but both Britain and Germany have produced a female prime minister, and South Korea has a female president. So the current situation in China is not so optimistic. The reason is that feudal ideology fears the brunt. Since ancient times, China has been dominated by men work outside and women work inside. Women cannot interfere in politics. These tropes left over from history should be eradicated as soon as possible. Secondly, China is still on its way to become a country
our group member has said previously, the imbalance of income and employment rates between females and males is still a serious problem. Secondly, the sexism in society, especially on the internet, remains existing. Females might receive disrespect in many aspects of life. Next slide, please. Hello everyone, now I'm going to introduce some solutions for achieving gender equality. The first part is for the whole society. First, government should provide legal protection for women. Second, equal speak for women on the internet. Third, we should form the value orientation of gender equality publicity in the whole society. Fourth, women and men's work must be valued in the same way. The second part is for women. First, it's nice of us to strive to improve ourselves and achieve economic independence. Second, we should think independently and fight bravely if necessary. Third, don't use women's rights topics to hide. Fourth, women should be given the same opportunities or we're going to fight for them. Last but not least, this part is for men. First, you should abide by the law and refrain from rape, violence against women, and other illegal acts. Second, please respect women. Do not act frivolously or insult women. Third, I'm sure you're going to see the good side of women and don't take their efforts for granted. That's all for Channel 9's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for your amazing presentation. Everyone, please give a big hand to panel 9.
패널 9의 놀라운 발표에 감사드립니다. 모두 마지막 발표를 끝낸 패널 9를 위한 박수를 보내주세요.
So this was the panel discussion presentation in 2022 13th Jeju International Youth Forum. Thank you for being with us. We are student diplomats Kim Do-yeon and Cha Ji-hoo. Thank you.
지금까지 2022년 제13회 제주국제청소년 포럼의 패널 토론 발표였습니다. 함께 해주셔서 감사드리고 지금까지 학생외교관 김도영과 차주였습니다. 감사합니다.
Last but not least, we have videos about fashion prepared for you. I'm sure there are attires that you consider trendy in your cities, so we're going to go see the clothes from Doha and South Korea.
마지막으로 세 번째 주제는 각국의 패션에 관한 것입니다. 여러분들의 나라에서는 어떤 옷이 유행하고 있나요? 그럼 도하와 제주의 옷들을 구경해 보겠습니다.
تمضي بلادي درب الحقيقة والجمال بعلمي وفضل اجتهادي نرقى في نور الله للكمال انتي معنى حياتي وانتي اماني والوجود وانتي فخري بذاتي مجد تعلى للخلود
피었네 심심산천 바위 틈에 비에 젖어 피는 꽃도 거리서 먼지 쓰며 피어나는 꽃이라도 꽃은 꽃이요
서울의 아가씨는 멋쟁이 아가씨 서울의 아가씨는 맘 좋고 슬기로워
낯성에 가면 편지를 띄우세요 사랑의 이야기 담뿍 담은 편지 낯성에 가면 소식을 전해줘요 하늘이 푸른지 마음이 밝은지
봄이 오면 강산에 꽃이 피고 여름이면 꽃들이 만발하네 가을이면 강산에 단풍 피고 겨울이면 아이들의 눈장난
당신이 좋아요 이대로 옆에 있어줘
널 사랑해 이렇게 말했지 이제 또 준비했던 많은 말을 이루한 채 언제나 네 옆에 있을게 이렇게 약속을 하겠어 저 하늘을 바라보며 너 아닌 척하지 마 눈에 보이지만 넘어가는 걸 What did you do yesterday 고민 척하지 마 영거래지만 넘어가는 걸 Cause I'm in the stars tonight So watch me bring the fire set the night light Shoes on, get up in the morning, cup of milk, let's rock and roll Kink out, kick the drum, rolling on like a rolling stone Sing song when I'm walking home, jump up to the top of the brown Ding dong, call me on my phone, nice tea and I'll get my ping pong This is getting heavy, can't hear the bass, boom, I'm ready Life is sweet as honey, yeah, this beach treat like money This go all alone, I'm into that, I'm good to go, I'm diamond, you know I glow up Hey, so let's go! Cause I'm in the stars tonight So watch me bring the fire, set the night light Hey! Shining through the city with a little funky soul So I'ma light it up like dynamite Whoa, bring a friend, join the crowd Whoever wanna come along Word up, talk, just move right up the wall Day or night, sky's the limit
Welcome to Korea
I got the medicine, so you should keep your eyes on the ball. This is getting heavy. Can you hear the bass? Boom, I'm ready. Levi's, sweetest honey. Yeah, this bitch ching like money. At this go overload. I'm into that. I'm good to go. I'm down. You know I glow. And let's go. 'Cause I'm in the stars tonight. So watch me bring the fire.
Well, that was certainly an opportunity to learn about new fashion. The clothes from Doha looked really nice, and I could see how Korea's fashion developed over time very clearly.
새로운 패션을 배울 수 있는 계기가 되었네요. 도하의 전통 옷은 굉장히 부드러울 것 같은데요. 또 한국의 패션이 어떻게 발전해 왔는지 아주 선명하게 볼 수 있는 영상들이었습니다.
Finally, we will have a 5-minute break and start the closing ceremony.
마지막으로 5분간 쉬는 시간을 가지고 폐회식을 시작하겠습니다.
This has been Minsa Choi and Sangmin Park of the Official Hosting Committee. Thank you very much.
지금까지 학생외교관 공식 진행 행사위원회 박상민과 최민서였습니다. 감사합니다.
We will now start the closing ceremony of the 2022 13th Jeju International Youth Forum.
지금부터 제13회 제주 국제 청소년 포럼의 폐회식이 시작하겠습니다.
We are Jeju student diplomats Min-chae Choi and Sayan Kim, and we are honored to be the MCs for the closing ceremony of this year.
저희는 폐회식의 진행을 맡게 된 제주 학생외교관 최민채 김서현입니다. 이 자리에 서게 되어 영광입니다.
We had to meet online due to the circumstances COVID-19 has given us, but I still feel thankful that we could meet this way. This was a time where we could learn diverse types of experiences and lessons.
코로나19의 여파로 인해 아쉽게도 온라인으로 만나게 되었지만 이렇게라도 만날 수 있던 게 정말 다행인 것 같습니다. 다양한 경험과 교훈을 얻을 수 있던 시간이었습니다.
I feel like I earned a priceless experience by watching all of the performances and the presentations. I do hope that COVID-19 truly disappears next year so that we can see forum being held offline.
여러 발표와 공연들을 보면서 정말 값진 경험을 한 것 같습니다. 내년에는 정말로 코로나가 없어져 비대면으로 활동하는 모습을 볼 수 있었으면 좋겠네요.
Now we will hear the closing ceremony by Oh Soon-moon, the Deputy Governor of Jeju's Special Self-Governing Provincial Office of Education. He has prepared a speech for the closing ceremony of the 2022 13th Jeju International Youth Forum. Let us give a round of applause to the Deputy Governor, who kindly took his time to give us a speech through a video.
제13회 제주 국제 청소년 포럼의 폐회사를 진행해 주시기 위해 제주특별자치도 교육청 오순문 부교육감님께서 폐회사를 준비해 주셨습니다. 바쁘심에도 불구하고 시간을 내어 영상을 준비해 주신 부교육감님께 감사 인사드립니다.
안녕하십니까. 제주특별자치도 부교육감 오순문입니다. 코로나19 회복을 넘어 더 나은 세상을 위해 행동하는 청소년들이라는 주제로 막을 올린 제13회 제주 국제 청소년 포럼의 모든 일정이 이제 마무리되고 있습니다. 포럼이 진행되는 동안 청소년 여러분들이 희망했던 모든 일들이 뜻대로 이루어지는 행복한 시간이었기를 바랍니다. 우리는 이번 포럼 기간 동안 코로나19 회복을 넘어 더 나은 세상을 위하여 행동해야 한다는 용기와 희망을 이야기했습니다. 특히 이번 포럼을 통해 우리는 글로벌 경쟁을 위한 효과적인 직업교육의 실시 방안과 모든 사회적 약자들이 제대로 살아가는 방법과 지속가능한 평화 구축을 위한 청소년의 역할에 대해 함께 논의하였습니다. 여러분이 보여주신 서로에 대한 믿음과 존중, 그리고 함께 나눈 우정들은 미래의 꿈을 실현하는 희망이 될 것이라 굳게 믿습니다. 다음 포럼은 세계 내 보물섬 제주에서 직접 얼굴을 마주하고 깊은 우정을 나눌 수 있기를 기대합니다. 다시 만날 것을 기대하며 이번 포럼에 열정을 다해 함께해 주신 세계 40개 도시의 학생과 교사, 그리고 관계자 여러분들에게 진심으로 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 또한 어려운 여건 속에서도 포럼 진행을 위해 애써주신 제주특별자치도 교육청 관계 공무원 여러분께도 깊이 수고했다는 말씀 드립니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you for delivering us the wonderful speech.
좋은 말씀 감사합니다.
Following the closing ceremony speech, we will now listen to the thoughts of students that have participated in this forum. First, we shall listen to Shanna Marie Antonio from Waipahu. Please tell us how you got to participate in this forum and if you had any meaningful experiences you would like to share with us.
해외사에 이어 이번에는 포럼에 참가한 학생분들의 소감을 들어보겠습니다. 우선 쉐나 마리 안토니오 학생의 소감을 들어보겠습니다. 어떠한 계기로 국제 포럼에 참가하게 되셨는지, 이번 포럼에서 얻게 된 인상 깊었던 일은 있으셨는지 궁금합니다.
Hello everyone. I would like to thank my student activities coordinator, Mrs. Joy Takara, for giving me this opportunity to attend the International Youth Forum. And I would like to give a special thanks to the Jeju International Youth Forum organizer who invited us and coordinated this conference, Mr. Kyung-hoon Nam. It has been an honor for Waipahu High School to be invited to this conference throughout the years of its establishment and still attending until this day. I wish to come back again next year and hopefully in person. Despite being an online platform during the forum, I was able to meet many students across different countries in my panel that shared the same interest to better our education system. Even though we might have a language barrier, what brought us together was our passion to help our youth with career-based learning in our schools. I wish all these wonderful people the best in their future endeavors and hope to meet with them later on in the future.
Thank you for your amazing response.
멋진 답변 감사합니다.
Next, we will listen to Xinying Huang from Hangzhou. Please tell us if you have had any change of thoughts while participating in this forum or earned any valuable attributes while participating.
다음으로 시닝 황 학생의 소감을 들어보겠습니다. 시닝 황 학생은 이 포럼에 참가하시면서 이전과는 달라진 생각이나 새로 알게 된 값진 것이 있을까요?
Of the Jeju Youth Forum who gave me a chance to stand here and give a small talk on my thoughts about this forum. Before I participated in this activity, I am full of longing for this event and I am very eager to share Chinese culture with the many outstanding young people from all over the world. The topic we're going to discuss, carbon neutrality and air pollution, is an issue that people from all over the world are paying attention to right now because this issue is about the future of human beings and it is also closely related to our daily life. During this discussion, I learned a lot about how countries around the world are tackling air pollution and preparing to become carbon neutral. We also focused on the main causes of air pollution and how to address them. I feel that I have broadened my horizons and learned about the excellent cultures of various countries in the process of talking with outstanding young people from all over the world. At the end of the event, I have a sense of responsibility and believe that spreading the excellent traditional culture is the duty and responsibility of every new youth. This event is very successful and I want to express my sincere thanks to the organizers of this event and the teachers who have made a great contribution to this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your response. We know that most of the students felt and saw similar things in this forum. Please give a big round of applause to Shana and Xinying, who both gave us such astounding answers.
답변 감사합니다. 학생분들의 소감을 듣고 보니 대부분의 학생들이 비슷하게 보고 느꼈다는 것을 알 수 있었습니다. 소감을 발표해준 쉐나와 시닝에게 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Next, we will watch a video of the activities we have done in the last 3 days. Please watch and remember what we have done in the forum.
다음으로 지난 3일 동안의 활동 동영상을 상영할 예정입니다. 모두 함께 포럼이 진행되는 과정을 시청하며 후 추억하는 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다.
Did you enjoy the video? It feels different watching the forum unfold like this in video form. It hasn't been long since we first met, but we certainly enjoyed and made new memories. We thank the people who worked hard to make the forum happen even in these hard times.
영상은 잘 보셨나요? 이렇게 행사 진행 과정을 다시 보니 감회가 새롭네요. 처음 만난 날부터 지금까지 짧은 시간이었지만 많은 추억을 쌓았던 것 같습니다. 힘든 시기임에도 무릅쓰고 행사를 끝까지 빛내주신 여러분들께 감사의 말씀 전합니다.
Unfortunately, our time to part has finally come. We might have had our ups and downs while the forum took place, but we managed to surmount the problems we faced together during the long journey. We are certain that we, who went through this journey successfully, will also be successful in the many upcoming adventures waiting for us. The past few days were a precious time where we shared our thoughts and cultures with each other. We hope that you produced a once-in-a-lifetime memory here with us, as we all made new friends and experienced new things.
아쉽지만 이제 정말 작별의 시간이 다가왔습니다. 행사가 진행되는 동안 이런저런 벽을 마주했을지도 모르지만 그것을 극복하고 짧다면 짧고 길다면 긴 이 여정을 여러분들은 이겨내셨습니다. 이번 여정을 이겨내신 여러분들께서는 분명 앞으로 찾아올 고난도 쉽게 이겨내실 수 있으리라 믿습니다. 다양한 의견과 문화를 나누고 생각하는 소중한 시간이었습니다. 새로운 친구를 만나고 색다른 경험을 할 수 있어 모두에게 최고의 기억이었으리라 생각합니다.
The biggest drawback here is that we could only meet through video calls due to COVID-19, but we sincerely thank those from all around the world, the students, the staff, and the student diplomats who participated in this forum. We have successfully finished this forum thanks to you all.
코로나로 인해 온라인상으로만 진행해야 한다는 제약이 있었지만 참여해주신 각국의 청소년 여러분, 운영진, 그리고 학생외교관 여러분들 노력 덕분에 이번 포럼이 성공적으로 막을 내릴 수 있었습니다.
The forum ends here today, but just like how there's a saying called, the end is just the beginning, we hope that this end will open a new chapter for you all. We will now officially close the forum, hoping that we will all grow as awe-inspiring global citizens and that we will meet someday soon.
오늘로써 포럼은 끝이 나지만 끝이 시작이라는 말이 있듯 이 끝이 여러분께 새로운 시작을 가져다 주리라 믿습니다. 여러분들께서 훌륭한 세계 시민으로 성장하고 언젠가 다시 만날 날을 기원하며 이상으로 포럼의 막을 공식적으로 내리도록 하겠습니다.
We were Min-chae Choi and Seon Kim, and thank you for being with us.
지금까지 최민채, 김서연이었습니다. 감사합니다.
We will take a photo to mark the end of the closing ceremony. We ask for the distinguished guests and participants to come up the stage.
이제 마지막으로 사진 촬영이 있겠습니다. 참석하신 내빈 여러분들과 학생분들께서는 자리에서 일어나서 무대 위로 올라와 주세요.
괜찮아.
For the participants from the world, please turn on your camera and we'll take a group photo together. Everyone, we'll take a group photo together.
아,
네, 제가 같이 하겠습니다. Okay, we'll take a picture, everyone. Say cheese. 3, 2, 1. 네, say everyone one more time. Say cheese. 3, 2, 1. Cheese. Freeze! 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 Okay, now everyone take off your mask. Everyone take off your mask. We'll take a photo one more time. Last time. Okay. Don't show your masks. Everyone take off your mask. Okay, we'll take a photo in 3, 2, 1. Cheese. One more. 3, 2, 1. Cheese. Okay, thank you, everyone.